time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to cast away stones,
So senseless.
a time to embrace,
Damn you, Roger.
a time to refrain.
Roger. Oh! Oh! Damn you, Roger! Damn it! Damn you!
So that no man can find out the
Right
wisdom
up by the...
God maketh from the beginning to the end.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How you guys doing today? Huh. An okay weekend. It wasn't bad. I'm excited for this week. It's gonna be fun. Feuds ain't done ripping. So feuds keep trying to rally up above. Well, they keep trying to hold their place above 4,100. It's they have a tentative grasp at best. We'll see what happens after market open. Maybe there's a little more push. There's still a shitload of calls that are out of the money at like 4,100 on SPX. Um, enough value, and we're close enough that they're worth grabbing. I don't know. I don't know if we will or not, but the sentiment overall is kind of bearish. So, yeah, we could. I mean, we could just slip right back down below gamma neutral at market open, and then never see the light of day for the rest of the week. But we'll see what happens. GME and Upstart both have a pretty decent amount of like secondary market liquidity grab this morning, primary market too. I expect that they're prepared to stabilize price action if the market goes up, and they're prepared to short the shit out of us if it doesn't. Why not straight up puts on AI? Because of IV crush. IV is very high. It's down a little bit, but it's still really high. And so if you buy out of the money puts, the IV crush is going to drop the premium before the price falls enough for you to profit off of it. You could get in the money puts and avoid paying the additional premium for the extrinsic value, or you can sell the extrinsic value. Can you share what brand mattress you have? It's called Cluft. Sounds expensive. It wasn't cheap. So no puts yet on it. Been trading all last week. Made 30% of my port and profits. Nice. Not that no puts. It's just that bear call spreads are better than puts because of the elevated implied volatility. Weird early question. With bear market coming, is it dumb? We're in a bear market. Is it dumb to buy into those buy right ETF, QYLD, QQX, etc., because of the potential losses and the underlying value? Those ETFs are worthless. They're complete shit. I don't even know if they make money in a bull market. They're like year over year returns are like negative 10%. You're better off just buying stock and selling and getting a 2% weekly yield on it. 1 to 2%. 1 to 2% weekly yields are way better than buying into those ETFs. You know you've got a problem when GameStop's outperforming you year over year. I noticed you put some long-term buy and hold in Pickle's pick, so I gotta ask, the fuck? Well, not everyone's as adept at selling covered calls and CSPs as I am, Carl. And sometimes people want their yield packed in without having to do any work. You know, who doesn't like a good yield packing? Yeah, not everyone can be us, Carl. You know, titans of the markets that are made. What's up, Secure? How you doing, man? Been a while. How are things? Just selling cover calls. I appreciate a good long-term buy and hold. Yeah, sometimes it's good to have one. For me, the reason I'm buying into it is because I have way too much shit that I'm just selling like CSPs and CCs on right now, and I need something that I don't have to actively manage all the time to like dump some money into. So XRT just got big short. Nice. Yeah, futures look like they're doing like they're trying to do a thing here, but that thing is dying. Let's find out. Oh shit. Never gonna let me buy more Baba puts, are you? Where'd Baba go? Why are these not my stocks? There they are. Baba's up this morning. Ooh. There we go. SPX over 4,100. We've done it. I'm not gonna say I'm overly fond of this setup. I'm back from Europe and ready to make this chat smell like farts again. Thanks, man. I'm still here, just juggling too much at work to be more active. No worries. No worries. Sometimes life happens. Still bullish on your cat 260 March calls. Thank you. No, not particularly. Although they're mostly paid for. I closed the 250s last week. Yeah, the 260s are kind of just dead. We'll see what happens. After SLD, there could be like, if inflation's hot again, there could be another sector shift. So they may still get a pump yet, but I'm not counting on them. I know you don't play earnings, but do you think Airbnb earnings will be bad this week? How's the rest of hospitality been doing over the last quarter? Probably a little bit better, actually. I still hate Airbnb. I think they're a terribly run company, but yeah, their earnings may be okay. I mean, we're already seeing shorting on Upstart today. Okay, how's that a real fill? Oops. Oh, okay. Never mind. Looking at the wrong shit. Look at this red. Why did you do this? For fun. What do you think is better for SLD SPY puts or SQQQ calls? Generally speaking, NASDAQ loses more ground than SPY. SPY has like some support from commodities and energy. So if I had to choose between the two, probably shorting QQQ. But you're making a weird comparison there. SQQQ is a 3x leverage ETF, whereas SPY is just an ETF that tracks the index. So you'd want to be looking at QQQ if you were looking for a comparable to SPY. I find it interesting that they're shorting out of the gate. Well, I did say that they got a whole bunch of liquidity in the pre-market, so I don't find it that unusual that we're seeing some shorting here. Oh man, I kind of want to buy those back. Up 50%, huh? Option strat is down. Is this bullish? Probably not. What weeklies do you have in your menu this week? I don't know. I'll probably trade SPX a bit this week. Tesla might be a fun weekly play. It's still got quite a lot of volatility. I don't really know if there's a play with X, but there might be. Rivian might not be a bad short. I know Ford sold off a bunch of their holdings in it. We'll see. I'm sure something will get interesting this week. There's a fix at 21.31. A lot of volatility this morning. Boxy Light, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherk.
Gherk is a QQQQT. Thank you so much, Lawrence. Opinions about Alphabet. Good time to buy $100 calls from my perspective. Is it? I think it could go lower. I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on it. I think that the reaction to the like Chat GPT war is blown way out of proportion. But if we hit SLD before any recovery, it'll probably go lower, like down into like the $90 range. I have a Tesla March 17th 175p that's up 20%. Do you think those have a chance to go in the money? A little bit, yeah. 180 would have a better shot at getting in the money, but 175 could too. I think that'll depend a lot on the data this week. March 31st SPY 400 put or closer to the money? It's not terrible. You may not go in the money during SLD though. You think Upstart above or below 15 end of week? I'm trying to find some cheap entries. I have no idea what their earnings are going to do. Tesla dead. It's having a rough morning. All right, there's a little rally in futures. Breaking resistance? Maybe. Let me see how positioning looks. Nope, not yet. Soon. Futures are struggling really hard with 4110. VIX dropped on that move. That should be a little bullish. So my plan for the next 2 days is kind of like hedge moves above 4100. Except I don't like this one. Well, maybe that's a little better. Falls. 110. Let's see what happens here. SPX picking up correlation. So 4100 for SPX, 4100 and 4120 are the, at least the primary positioning right now on the long side. We might get some momentum. We have to break away from 4100, but if we do, a test of 4120 is not out of the question today. Good exit for call side of SPX straddle. Might be. I have stops, but I have them set pretty wide. I mean, I would have thought it more advantageous to short over the whole day. Summit open and push on downtrends. Looks like a lot at open. Oh. I mean, they have a lot of liquidity, so just expect them to short with the downtrends and also to short any, like, chop. So if we get, like, low volume chop in a tight range, they'll probably short that as well. Sorry, I entered a time warp. I thought earnings was next week. That changes everything. Oh, okay. Hey, Greg, today I learned that my body doesn't dissolve when I turn 30 years old. Weird feeling. Happy birthday. Definitely not John the Freeze. If we test 4120 today, do you have a higher PT for bullish CPI rally above 4150? Sure. I don't know how long it would last, but we could, yeah. If CPI is good, if it comes in really cool. I don't think 4150 is out of the question. We'll need more positioning around it than we have right now. Currently, the positioning to the upside of 4120 is weak. If Tesla hits a price target today, would you close and wait for another entry after SLD, or just hold? I think if it hit any of my price targets today, I would probably take profit going into CPI and then re-enter after CPI. What price point would you like to pull those $19 GME CCs back at? I don't know. Around 19. Theta's still decaying on them. They were up a little higher this morning, but I'm not overly concerned with pulling them back right now. I don't know how long this rally is going to last. Wix is pulling down, but not a lot. Futures are still struggling with 41.10, so we'll see. I can cut them if they like slip too much. Like I think I have like 20% profits locked in on them with a stop. Good entry point for Moss 51 weeklies. Why would you play playing weeklies on like fertilizer or potash stocks? What expiry is good for SPX puts? I'm looking to enter soonish, but I never know how far to buy for. Hey, what are you buying for? Are you just buying for like SLD? And you probably want like a couple weeks of theta at least. They were talking about potash and stuff in the news. Yeah, there's like more escalation with Russia right now. Leaving my Jimmy CC18s on the table and don't feel too concerned. Mistake? 18's a little tough. I don't know if SLD will hit us hard enough for us to fall back below like 1850. There's some support there. We could though. It'll really depend how bad SLD is. I have Google CCs I'm watching this week to roll to March. They've done well. Do you think it'll trade around this range for a bit? Probably between here and like 90, 97, 90, like high 97 range. It's like I said, it's a little bit oversold. So it's got some opportunity to bounce back a couple bucks. I think it'll be dependent on index performance, like how well the indexes do. If the indexes are just running up right now, and then we're gonna just see like a long side sell off. Long capitulation will probably drive us back under gamma neutral, and if we fall back below gamma neutral, that's gonna pull all the like super index exposed stuff like Google back down, right? The US told all US citizens to leave Russia immediately. What the fuck would anybody be there? Who are they talking to? Is there like one guy? Are they trying to get Snowden back out? Is he the only US citizen left in Russia? Him and two sightseers? It's me. At the money spy puts for Friday looking good. I'm thinking 408, 405, 400s. Thoughts? Waiting for a break of 410 for re-entry. For entry. It doesn't seem bad. That's a pretty good range. The 408 and 405 I like a lot. 400s are solid if it continues to drop. 800,000 fixed rate mortgages set to expire in Australia in 2023. Like they're paid off? What do you mean expire? Is it just no good anymore? It means an earthquake attack incoming on Russia. Man, you gotta lay off the Facebook. Oh, the fixed rate ends? That's awkward. Who signed up for that shit? Should I wait much longer to sell Fubo put leaps? Closed out the others at a gain, and they're getting close to their previous highs once again. I'd probably wait and see if it slips below $2. Or at least that's my plan. I guess you can do what you want, but the fixed rate becomes variable. That's gonna fucking suck. What's the Australian like central bank's current like risk-free rate or their fund rate? I don't think it's as high as the US. Most other countries haven't been nearly as aggressive. Jesus. What's better to trade? SPX, SPY, or another derivative? Does it matter? I mean, SPX is probably the best thing to trade unless you're going to trade ES. Still pushing. Okay. That's fucking weird. Should probably set a stop on this. Maybe not. No. 5. 3. Okay. All right, let's see if we can get some positioning for SPX now that we've had a little time. All right, kind of looks like there's still a pretty hard cap at 41.10. We would need to move above that pretty significantly to see 40. Well, we'd almost have to just move straight to 41.25. 41.25 is building up a little bit of interest, but not a ton. 0 DTE interest is way the hell out of the money on both puts and calls right now. Well, yeah, 41.10 is pretty negative. So a failure here could lead to profit taking. I don't know if it's gonna fail, but could. I think this is already a little bit of profit taking. Add to my put. So gamma neutral today is, that's the collar. And then gamma neutral, I believe, is at 4092, 4093. Three. Good enough. Oh. Gonna lock in a lower high. Retest at 4107. Give me 1917. X is not going down. Ah, fuck. Probably could have gotten a little cheaper price on that. Whatever. What level are you targeting for SPX SLD? Like 4008? We could move further down than that, but I'm not really focused on like a 300 BPS drop. Can you tell me what is a useful volume indicator for SPX? Since volume by itself isn't available for it. There isn't one because volume isn't available for it. You could look at options volume. Australian GameStop sales won't be good. Are they usually? Microsoft is going to rocket between now and SLD and then drop back to spot, whatever a spot is. I don't know. Microsoft's doing pretty well today. I almost shot myself twice this morning at work. This is the last time I ate food from the bottom of the Wendy's dumpster. It's probably not a good idea. Seems many days Jimmy's been red when the market is green. Do you think that's mostly people shorting or people selling? Today, mostly shorting. And like mid caps and small caps really aren't up that much today. So I don't think they have too much overall like market pressure on GameStop right now. A little bit, but this climb's very slow and kind of on low volume. $41.10. Okay, I'm gonna close the long side of the straddle. Stop. I'll put a stop in. Up 1.63. Shit. All right. I see a bunch of in-the-money puts at 41.15. Is this going to serve as a cap? We'll see. There's pretty decent resistance at 41.15 and 41.20. Crossing over 41.10's significant. 41.25 picking up a little bit of interest. Not a ton. We'll see. Either from this level we're going to fail, and we're going to start to get like a long side sell-off, or we're going to continue grinding up. So we have a little bit of momentum from crossing gamma neutral. Don't forget, because that flips the hedge. What happened to Upstart? Why so down today? It's being shorted pretty heavily. They have earnings tomorrow. Greeks, please. Oh, yeah. Again, they're in the daily DD. Did you close your call side straddle? I put a stop in. You see more upside push incoming. Maybe. It's shaky around this level, so I set a stop. Atari up 4,000%. What? Any chance cat goes around 250 in the next 2 weeks? Sure. It very well could. Maybe after SLD. I don't think before it, but after there's a shot. Is there more shorting in store for Upstart, do you think? How low do you think they will push it? I mean, I think they're targeting like $14. I don't know if they'll get it down to that price, but there's a lot of open put interest at 14. Thoughts on Upstart earnings tomorrow? What about them? I don't expect them to be very good, but they could announce a larger amount of the share buyback than anticipated, which would be super bullish. $14 is around where it bottomed out last earnings report. I think it went a little lower than that, but yeah, pretty close. I think it was like just under 14. My wife prefers I don't look at other DDs. I see. Good time to sell 12 Upstart March 17 CSPs? I guess. I mean, your chances of assignment aren't great. If you're just trying to pick up income, IV's kind of elevated because earnings is tomorrow. So IV's still pretty high. I mean, I don't know what the yield on them is, but it's probably not bad. It's okay. What are they? 1.17? So it's like a 9.7% yield. It's not terrible. Even if you don't get assigned, I mean, 10% in a month's pretty good. Are you hedging your CCs in case the Upstart buyback is complete? Yeah, yeah. I don't have that many covered calls out on Upstart, and I'm still synthetic long at $20. So I'm not particularly worried about what happens at earnings. I'll get assigned, so if earnings is super bullish, I'll get assigned on about 30% of my shares, but they'll get assigned above their cost basis, so I'm okay with that. Are you hedging your CCs in case the Upstart buyback is complete? Okay. I have a few GME 2150 for February 17th. Should I roll those to March or April? Just long calls? Is there a reason for holding them open in the next few days? I mean, I guess here's the problem. If Feb Opex is deferred, and you roll to March, you're gonna burn off a shitload of theta waiting to see what happens. You might be better off like with April, so you have more time, and then you can close them if nothing happens for Feb Opex, and then reopen later as we approach March for much cheaper. Upstart's getting quite cheap, yeah. Philadelphia wife got me an espresso machine for my birthday. With my increased caffeine intake, I can now boof twice as many tricks as before, but my boofer is twice as messy. What do? Buy a bidet. It's really the only solution for your problem. I'm trying to target a re-entry before earnings. 14 was roughly my cost basis last time. I took profits on the drop last week. Nice. Are you planning to take a vacation? You've accrued a lot of personal pickle time. No? I don't do those. When you're going synthetic long, what sort of ratio are you looking for? What would be your target leverage between calls and CSPs? I mean, generally 1-to-1. That's what synthetic long is. Sometimes more. Like sometimes I'll sell, like if I'm really very okay with the price, like say Upstart were to fall to, $10, I would probably be willing to sell like 2025 1250 CSPs and then use that to like buy two like $15 calls or something like that. Are you as hyped for August Opex as I am? Not at all. GameStop earnings will be awfully close to March Opex. Yeah, they will be. I know you're bipolar bear. You don't have to keep putting, but I'm bipolar bear. Or telling everyone in chat that you're Mark Long. We all know who you are. No, you're not security engineer. Am I gonna get an opportunity to buy another put here or what? I'm Spartacus. Let's see. Uh, Well, that was interesting. This consolidation's starting to look a lot less bullish. We're at a really weird level, though. I guess a fallback below 41.10. How far out would you go on expiry for an Upstart straddle for earnings? Far enough out to dodge the IV bump. So, maybe like leaps. I'm not kidding, by the way. Possibly leaps. And it's not at a great price for that, but is the angled line on SPX a real line or a magic WeBull line? It's a magic WeBull line. It's not a real line. The real line's way up above it. For some reason, that line shows up there on the 1 minute, but it's like that line's all the way up here at like 4,200. Staying persistently bullish for no apparent reason. Gold, silver down, oil's down. This whole push on indexes today is a bit strange. Oh, Dixie finally fell off. Okay. Is it too late to enter Tesla? It's kind of plummeting. You might have missed. Well, no. There's range, but you may want to adjust your price targets and theta accordingly. Do you think there's a good time to sell CSPs on Upstart? It could be. I mean, the yields are decent. The volatility is fairly high. If you're doing it for income, it's not bad. I don't know how good your chances of assignment are. 978 viewers, 278 likes. Wow. Fuck all of you. Maybe a pump before SLD. Also win SLD. SLD's Wednesday through Monday. Do you think SPY 375p for 331.23 can go in the money by that time? You're really on the outer range of that. Probably, I would say, conservatively now. You need to see a really big sell off, which may not happen by then. I just liked because no one fucks me, not even me. No, I'm kidding. Liked and resubscribed. It's too late to chase NSC puts after their choo-choo trains blew up Ohio. Probably. I don't know. I don't really care about that. YouTube, like mainstream media, has told me not to talk about it. So. I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm up 85% on my GME 2.1723 cc's, but not really worth rolling down with IV so low. I mean, probably not, no. What happened to the stock pimento? Did it get eaten? That was back in like October, man. We escaped the pimento. Questions? You've explained a bunch. Why not sell 60 DTE CCs after a run versus selling 2 weeks? Is it the lack of a more massive IV bump on the farther dated calls? Well, not only do you lose out on IV, you sell a bunch of theta on a stock that has generally very high implied volatility. So you're increasing your risk for very, very small returns and profit, especially if you're selling in the money covered calls. That extrinsic value is significantly reduced. So they're just not worth it. Like, you're not going to get that much more money, and you're taking on an extra, 45 days of risk. Is that a joke? Have they really asked you not to talk about Ohio? Of course it's a fucking joke. No one wants to talk about Ohio because it's fucking Ohio. Do you think the MM crushes IV on 1 DTE SPX tomorrow after CPI? Maybe? It probably won't crush until the end of the day tomorrow, but it's not up very much right now. What the fuck is going on with this market? Is this just repositioning? I need to see more positioning from today. I need another update. Big Ohio has entered the chat. Thought Ohio was for lovers. Isn't that Virginia? Ohio's the type of place that puts chocolate and cinnamon in their chili. Like a mole? Repositioning makes sense if funds are caught off guard by change to CPI calculation too, right? I suppose, but most of the long interest that was in this range sold off on Friday, right? Ohio eats pineapple pizza. Yeah, that is true. I'm sorry, Chip. I hope you're not poisoned forever. Ohio has more like industrial contaminants than almost any other state. Like Ohio and Michigan and Pennsylvania is just rife with industrial contaminants. Maybe you guys will get lucky and like the big like vinyl chloride fire will bond with one of the other 900 chemicals that are circulating in your air and water supply and form something more stable, you know? Could be a silver lining. Ohio sounds like a Japanese word. Why is it in America? Oh, Jesus. Sounds like a good place to get superpowers. No. The border between Texas and Louisiana is terrible too. Nicknamed Cancer Alley. Yeah, that area is pretty bad. It's actually a lead lining. I'm going to raise MTB Park in Cleveland in a couple weeks. Hopefully the radioactive smog doesn't destroy me. It's not radioactive, it's carcinogenic. Who's Mark Long and why is he doing this to Jimmy? For fun? And he's a prick. Breaking news, Ohio now covered in 3-foot sheet of PVC. Future's about to get bullish again? You gotta be shitting me. It's so weird. There's a lot of pressure. Like on the long side. I don't know what they're pressuring, but it's there. Gherk, you made it. I'm watching on my television, finally. Because we stole it fair and square from the Japanese. I just got back from the doctor, diagnosed with RPS. It was nice knowing you all. Regional pain syndrome? You ever watch AP Bio? Glenn Howerton feels the same way as you do about Ohio, more specifically Toledo. His character does, or he does. I've never seen that show. Judging by the overall market growth, is getting hit with a rotation into the big companies such as Microsoft and Apple. Yeah, it does appear that way. There isn't even any chop. I mean, this is all chop since like 10 o'clock. So like the last 23 minutes have just been chop. But I don't know where this can like break out to if it moves to the upside because positioning was really weak this morning. So any positioning that built up had to have built up like or is building up since the last update, and I don't know where it is yet because I don't have another update. So I'm hesitant to buy like calls at 20 like 20 what 41.25. Okay, VIX just moved back up again. And there's a decent number of calls at 4100 that are now in the money, which if this slips could sell off. So upside just feels really risky. I wonder what the hedge is. So like 97.44 billion. Jesus fucking Christ. Negative 97.44. That's a lot. Bum, 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 bum. 2.4 billion per dollar? No. 132 million per. The hedge isn't even that heavy. Well, for that range. Huh. Dear fucking God. Just gonna open a call and then close it again, I guess. For the. Until I get an update. This is the most boring. Like. It's a trap. It's something. I don't know what it is. I'll know in a couple minutes, but they'll probably start running the price before the data updates. How much liquidity left on GME? Plenty. They got a lot in pre-market. Yeah. Like more than 50% of it still. Upstart might have even more than that. Ooh, interesting. Someone's buying Upstart. Upstart does not have more left. Upstart's mostly gone. Huh. They're really not leaning on the ETFs this morning, which is weird. How the fuck is this going up in the money? There we go. Man, they like to run it before CBOE like updates data. Feud's pushing 41.25. Yeah. Are futures gonna test 41.48 today? It's just not a ton of interest at 41.50. There's a bit, but not a ton. So there we go. I feel like Gamma's flattening out somewhere. Like they're starting to enter straddles for tomorrow. Okay, so this whole range is just dominated with call volume right now. Most of the puts still at 4,100. Decent interest at 41.30. 41.25. 41.35, 41.40. 41.50 is kind of meh. Although some call volume's picking up there. Lots of 0 DT interest. Nothing really long dated coming in. Like 41.25, 41.40 are roughly the same. Then big fall off in Gamma before 41.50, which has some interest. It looks like some might be some longs rolled up here to 41.50. Curious. Okay, so if this is gonna push, then I want to get 41.25 buy. Okay. Do you think Upstart can drop below 14 during SLD, considering buying back in that range? Can drop below 14 during SLD? Potentially, depending on how earnings goes. Earnings is tomorrow. That could have a big effect on, you know, how Upstart performs for the rest of the week. If I had to say, I would say that I don't know what there's for us to fail into right now. 4110. 4110's the like most negative level right now. So if we drop, that would be where we drop to, but we'll see how skittish the bulls are going into CPI. It looks like 4100 is getting straddled pretty heavily on either like at 4100 and strangled at like 4110, 4090, which is a really narrow range. Does the positioning support a futures test of 4135? If futures are able to hold above 4125 for a little while longer, then I would say yes. I would say the positioning does support that. I don't think there's a ton of range here. Like, I mean, obviously it can change as we move up, but 4150 on futures doesn't look super likely right now, at least. My cat call is dead. March 3rd, 255. March 17th, 260. Should be patient and wait and get destroyed. That's what I usually do. But when I don't, the position turns around. Love you. Cat's kind of clawing it back today. They had a fucking big drop over the weekend. If this gap fills back up, the 255s have a shot going into tomorrow. If if the indices are gonna stay relatively bullish. I mean, right now the gap fill looks possible, which would put you at like 247 again. If CPI is hot, you'll probably get some sector shift, but I don't know if you have time to wait that out on the March 3rd calls. Maybe. CPI's tomorrow at 8:30 before market open. We've crossed the magic line, so I'm bullish. That line, it doesn't mean anything. CPI hot fall to 3,800. Maybe not that far, but like if CPI comes in above expectations, if it comes in up, maybe, yeah, like 3,865. I don't know if 3,800 right away. That's a bit of a stretch. At what rate would you consider CPI as hot? 6.3 or 6.4? So even in the forecasted range, I'm more concerned with core inflation. Core inflation is expected to come in up, and that could be pretty damaging. They've changed a lot of the weighting around, so I think if core inflation is up month over month and year over year, that's gonna be what people are focused on. So core inflation month over month at like 0.4, 0.5, and then year over year at like 5.6 to 5.8 would be pretty hot. If it comes in above that, it's gonna be really bearish. Not always, but a fair percent of the time, Horizon seems to dip right around the X div date. Thoughts on selling CSPs to enter? You could try. The options market's not super fucking liquid. So I guess good luck. The spreads are pretty shitty. Why the fuck is SPX pricing not updating today? Upstart still has a little room to go. GME still has some liquidity left, but they're burning up a little more liquidity on GME right now, pushing back against the rising market. That's a good sign. Line is everything. Not always, but a fair percent of the time. Okay. Am I supposed to hold my synthetic Fubo 2025 long for a long time? Or was that just to create a mini leveraged Fubo in the short term? I closed most of my synthetic long positions on Fubo when it ran up to $3. It gives you like a, I mean, the way I entered it, at least, it gave like a 3x long position from the lows, which was nice. But yeah, those are mostly for profit taking. Can we get Paris Hilton to describe CPI data? I need my puts to print, and I think her propensity to call things hot might help. No. Fidelity ACP showing XRT SI is 22,606%. Nice. Are you still in your GME cover calls? Yeah. Yep. Maybe I need to stand. I do have a standing desk. Interesting. All right, let's see. So the repositioning on futures seems to be about done. I guess if it's gonna break away from 41.25, it's gonna make a push fairly soon to do so. I would say in the next 5 minutes. Dixie dropping down a little bit more. Euro and pound are doing well today. Yen's down a bit. Dow's starting to perform really well today, actually. Dow's slightly above S&P. It's not performing as well as NASDAQ, but it's performing pretty well. Also, soft wheat futures are up like 3% today. Maybe because of what's going on in Ukraine again. Am I supposed to hold my synthetic Fubo 2025 long? Oh, okay. If you stand, you can't shake your leg. That's true. I do like doing that. Hmm. I read some DD today. Today was the day Bobby was gonna rock it. Is it a good buy-in? Oh, Jesus Christ. Guys, Bobby's worth less than Fubo. I'm so glad I don't own that piece of shit. Always was. That's true. There's some saying that we are currently within a big bull flat, which if broken out, we can see 4,300 before the big drop. Do you agree or think not likely? 4,300 sounds a bit extreme. I think if CPI is cool, then yeah, we could see some more upside, but we'll probably still have a relatively decent pullback for the SLD period. All right, we're coming up. We're coming up on that attempt at a breakout here. There it goes. I don't trust it enough to cut puts. I need to readjust my stop on my straddle. Okay. That got cut. 41.25. I think BBBY closing all Canadian stores spooked the bag holders. Maybe. But does anything spook them? Their entire narrative's made up. What's there to be scared of when you live in a fantasy world of your own creation? BBBY has been worth less than FUBO for a while. The market only just realized. Anyone that's still stuck in Bobby, you can make almost a 1-for-1 trade with FUBO right now. Financial advice. Sally, that's not a great way to say things. No, not it's not a 1-to-1 trade. Also, it's not like FUBO is like the safest investment in the world. Extra leverage? Is this gonna drop? There's only one potential outcome here. Right? I need to set stops on this. $650. Okay. Wait, are you saying FUBO is not the safest investment in the whole world? Not at all. That's pretty high risk. I mean, for most of you degenerates, it's safer than a lot of other shit, but it's not super safe. FUBO not same like physical gold. Physical gold's down, 50 BPS today. I'm trying to sell CCs and still receive dividends. Do I need to dodge the record date or the pay date? Record date. I'm surprised the Bulls haven't been more skittish with the repeated failed tests. I don't really know if they have enough positioning to that their like capitulation's going to affect anything. Like 4100 call positioning is really strong, but they're feeling very confident right now, of course. As far as like yeah, as far as like 4110, 4115, there's just nothing there to capitulate, right? Yeah, this still looks good. Pushing up. A little more room. VIX is dropping on this too, so it's pretty bullish. Momentum still looks pretty good. Futures testing 41.35. VIX at 2069. Ooh. All right, 41.25 calls in the money. The downside gap now. All right. You said 69. Liquidity check on Jimmy. Yeah, let's see how much they burned through on this run up. Not a lot, actually. It kind of looks like they just let it go. Let's see if they short the downside of the peak here. They might use up some, like it looks like they kind of just let it run with the active fund pressure. They didn't fight back too hard against it, so. This is that thing they do where the market pushes far to one side because they're expecting the data to move it back hard the other way. Bull day today, bear day tomorrow. Yeah, we're not trading too far outside of like the big strangle and straddle range. So, and we are trading to the bullish side of that positioning. Maybe. I mean, sometimes that's just deceptive. Like it's just that, you know, the market's already leaning that way. And the like neutral positioning isn't very strong. But sometimes it's that they're, you know, running out the call side. Or the bear or the put side, depending on which way it swings. So what he's talking about is like you get a lot of neutral positioning going into like big macro events like CPI. And so you get like strangles, straddles. And then the market will swing the opposite way of the expected move. So they can close out the riskier position, which would be like the long side here. And then they leave open the less risky position, like on the short side. Or vice versa. It can go either way, right? Like they can swing it this way. Because the market move is expected to go up. Okay, now they're using up some liquidity on GME. I think futures are getting kind of hung up here. 41.35. Today's stayed unreasonably bullish for a very long period of time. Like this is the most sustained upward momentum since like Feb 1st, which is kind of crazy. Is there sense in averaging down those SPY puts any further? If I start to see like capitulation on the long side, I will. I'll add to them, but I'm waiting. Right, I don't want to buy them now for no reason. Like I think they're already covered. I mean the loss on them's already covered with like the long side that I had in the straddle, which I'm not yet stopped out of. But if we fill that gap, I'll stop out of the straddle. But then we need capitulation in the 4100 position to go back below gamma neutral, I think. So we'll see where the bulls get kind of scared. This was like their last, like the last bastion of like big call interest from like the overnight like the longer term positioning. I don't know how confident they're going to be in a test of 40 like 4150. And if there isn't a test at 4150, we might start getting some sellers. There's a lot of 0 DTE calls. So remember that like that positioning is very more likely to sell off and take profits. Icarus, yeah, kind of too close to the sun here. I just got an email that I've been cash apped $25,000. Just had to enter my social security number and other personal info. Is this my lucky day or what? Sounds like it, man. Congratulations. Are there any options changes on GME, or are we just moving with the market? Yeah, mostly just moving with the market. There's a lot of sold calls still, like $20 now and $25. What's the lowest quick ratio value you'd ever consider? I really don't have like a cutoff. I mean, it's dependent on the rest of the thesis and the company. It's just one piece of data, but like I'm not gonna ignore something with potential just because its quick ratio isn't great. And as far as trading, like I very rarely look at the quick ratio when trading. I'm about to enter some GME cover calls too. Oh, okay. Do you like Peg? Is that a stock? Are you asking about what Jay Fresh does with his wife? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what they do. They're like utilities, right? Something. Devin has become a Series 7 study guide. I know, it's insufferable. I wish his girlfriend never bought him the Intelligent Investor. Are you talking about the utilities, Sinbad, or are you talking about like profits or earnings over growth? Profit earnings growth. Oh, okay. What about it? Do I like it? I mean, it's worth looking at. It's considered an indicator of like true value. Peg ratios under 1 infer that the stock is undervalued. That's not always true, but is bond price ever indicative of share price? Should they be similar in value or too many variables to really say for sure? There could be a lot of variables. The trend of them can be very similar, but like the valuations are not going to be the same. Hey, Greg, thoughts on selling some GME and purchasing some more Upstart at this price difference? Thanks. I don't know. It's up to you. I mean, sure, if you want to. Do you have like a thesis or like a bull case or why you think Upstart is better in the short term than GME? Because I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that. I think Upstart's better in a stable credit market than GME, but we could be a very, very long way away from that still. I mean, if you look at like interest rate swaps right now, like the SOFR and SOFRA markets are pricing in like 6% and 6% federal funds rate by the end of the year, which means a destabilized credit market until like September. Whereas GME could push out like positive EPS this quarter. And both companies are actually really similar in the amount of like cash they have on hand. Obviously like Upstart's growth potential is far better, but that has more to do with the like low cost of like their high revenue to sales, right? A retailer is not going to be able to match that. But they have, Upstart has other hurdles that I feel like aren't being considered in that assumption. This run over, is there more room for upside? I thought I got a great entry on spy puts. Now I need to average down a bit. I don't know. It could run more. There's we've kind of reached like another dead zone. Like 40. Either we move up to 4140 on SPX, which we could. 4145's kind of not got a lot going on for it. Or, you know, the 0 DTE calls that have been pushed in the money today begin to capitulate. I think a lot of this upside move is not well supported in the long term. What's the implied move on CPI print on SPX for tomorrow? Good question. The implied move on SPX for this week is 39.89 to 42.44. So it's about a 310 BPS range. Call skew is negative 5.2. So overall, you know, positioning is bearish. Let's run over. Is there more room for upside? I thought I got a great entry on puts. Okay. Is it just me or just me and my puts, or does the last 8 trading days feel like the end of the bear rally? No, it kind of does. I agree. I agree. It's weakening a lot, and the bulls aren't positioning as strongly as they were. Not even close. Today's the biggest push I've seen, and it's mostly on the back of 0 GTEs. So flighty, right? Osiris D3 update, please. I have to look. I haven't checked that email in a while. Would you average down the 408s for Friday or pick up 410s? I'm leaning 410s to mitigate theta decay if we get a small drop. Okay. That doesn't sound terrible. In general, is selling volatility around earnings a wise decision? Capture the increase in volatility prior, also capturing IV crush after. Not necessarily, because you don't know which way the stock is going to move after, and volatility doesn't always crush after earnings. Sometimes it can pick up. It really depends on what you're playing earnings on. But yeah, even selling volatility on earnings can be pretty risky. Like if I have a thesis, you know, that goes through an earnings period on something that I'm trading, you know, I'm probably positioning in a way that I'm not having to, I'm not taking into account earnings. I'm not having to worry about it. Generally, I won't hold positions on companies that have really unstable earnings. Or if I see any reason to expect instability in earnings, then I would generally pull back my positioning and reposition after earnings. Or I would hedge earnings if I think earnings can be unstable. Very rarely do I ever play anything specifically for earnings, though. Yeah, I think everyone who joins Theta Gang assumes that like selling volatility on earnings is the best because you're gonna capture the crush. But I think spending some time reading through the past like 30 days of posts on Theta Gang will tell you otherwise. Stopped on Tesla puts on the run up. Do you have any rules of thumb for when to re-enter? Trying to be fairly responsible for this one. No, not like a rule of thumb. Obviously, indexes moving against you would be a benefit if you're entering a put position on Tesla because it's pretty index exposed. So you're not gonna want to enter puts on a rising market. I'm not stopped out of my Tesla puts yet, but I have like a decent amount of Theta. What if my thesis is whatever you say? That's probably not a great position to be in. Not that the things that I say are bad, but like you should have some idea of why you've invested in something and what your targets and goals for that investment are. Can you elaborate on that so I don't have to go read through Theta Gang? Most of the saddest tales on Theta Gang are some sort of assignment on overly bullish earnings that is met with a sell-off by long positions, or vice versa. Overly bearish earnings are met with a strong amount of interest to the downside because that entire subreddit doesn't like to pay attention to like technical levels, and they just pay attention to like what the market maker's pricing in. And so they're taking like the market maker assumed move and betting that the market maker is wrong, which is not a great fucking strategy. And then since they're ignoring a lot of the, largely, not all of them, but a lot of them are ignoring like the technical levels and stuff, they end up in some pretty crazy underwater positions, sometimes for very long periods of time. Or they blow up their account over leveraging shit they can't afford to delta hedge. I was digging into it. You're right. If GME has a similar Q4 as they did last year and manage to keep Opex flat or decreased, they really might have positive earnings for the quarter. Yeah, that's possible. Or alternatively, we're gonna run for Feb Opex because they want GME overpriced, so their earnings look really bad. Their EPS looks terrible, right? If GME's trading at like $38. I think the sound of that. I'm just gonna remove my stops on my long dated SPY and QQQ puts. Am I crazy? I just don't think I care how much the market may go up in the next couple of days after SLD. You mean before SLD? I mean, I kind of agree. I don't have any puts or stops on my like long dated puts at all. And I'm not profitable unless SPX is under 40.90. 40.93, I think, but whatever. That's why I bought Theta. This move up wasn't completely unexpected. So I feel like I was well prepared enough for it. And I still have my straddle open, so I'm still doing okay on the call side. I probably don't have enough theta on the put side of the straddle to hold it, but we'll see. They're for the 24th. Maybe I will. Any thoughts on MindMed? I think it's a scam. Especially because fucking what's his face was involved. Freeman. He like went and like tried to pump retail into it, and then they issued a share offering, right? Once again, I'm completely changing my investment strategy. High dividend ETFs would drip, and I'll just sell CCs through each ex-div date. I'll be an unstoppable compounding gains machine. Oh god. In before Carl buys in full ports into ETFs right before a market crash. Still bearish on Baba? Oh yeah, yeah. I have time on Baba. If Baba moves up enough, I'll just buy more puts. Is there an inverse Carl ETF? I wouldn't trade it. It's too volatile. What strike for the Feb 24s? My straddle's at 40.65 from last Friday. I straddled the collar. The long side of it's doing really, really well, but the short side's like almost dead. If we're in this ballpark and have decent CPI, where's the new higher target for you? A break of 41.50? Don't forget that the CPI is coming out a day before SLD. So even if we tap 41.50, right, on a positive CPI, we can still see like a sell-off, maybe an even bigger sell-off because short funds will have to fucking reposition, right? And so their margin cost is going to be much higher, which could mean more core fund sell-off than we would get if it was hot. So like hot CPI, I think we get a lighter SLD, right? Because market-wide shorts aren't going to be they're not going to need to make big deposits, right? I think a cool CPI, we get a stronger SLD. It's really theoretical and kind of based on a shaky assumption, but I think that'll be the case. Look out below. Trade flat at 41.25. We need a drop to encourage zero DT calls to sell off. That's the only way we fall back below gamma neutral today. Otherwise, we stay 41.10 to like 41.35, 38, which is my upside range for the early part of this week. So I'm currently okay with this. Once I get stopped out of my straddle, if we move up more, I'm probably going to be pretty pissed off. But as long as I've got that hedge there, then I'm alright. When you say time on Baba, do you have 317 or longer dated? I have a few that are further out. I have some like $95 April puts. I have $100 March puts. I have Feb 24 105s. All of those I'm pretty confident are gonna go more in the money than they have. Like I know Baba's chopping a lot in this range, but I don't think it's accumulating anything but more short interest. I still think Baba's going to see another fairly big leg down. And if the market slides and HSI slides, there's a potential it could drop even harder. So I think the potential reward is definitely worth the risk. And with, you know, tensions escalating, I'm kind of even more confident that, you know, some kind of news will come out overnight that's extremely bearish. And I know over the weekend already, there's some talks about like the US not allowing property real property ownership by Chinese like foreign nationals, which is a violation of international trade laws. So if that starts to gain some traction in the news cycle, that's really going to spook Baba investors. Why is 224 not enough data for CPI? Or it's enough data for CPI. It's just those puts are at 40.65 right now, so they're still pretty far out of the money. And remember that our drop for SLD is relative to the market price, right? So, you know, if we move up to 41.50 and we drop 300 BPS, that's not nearly as significant as a drop from, you know, like 4,000, right? Like if we move up and test fucking resistance there, then a 200 BPS drop will put us back at like 40.73, which is just above the collar, right? So then we need like a 300 BPS drop, which I don't like banking on. And that would only bring us down to 40.32. So there's you know, obviously there's some risk with the market moving up on those put positions. Higher we move, the further we have to fall. When the recession hits and you have to cut mods, will you provide severance? I'm gonna move all the mods to part-time, right? And then add more mods. That way I don't have to pay out benefits. Do you have any suggestions for cheaper stocks to start trying the wheel? I only want to use like 1K of my small portfolio. I think people generally do like Ford and what's the other one that everyone likes to start with? GE, right? Although in this market, maybe not GE, maybe I would do like uh hmm. That's a bit too expensive. You know what I've really liked wheeling lately? BTU. BTU's been very stable. Good income producer. Decent enough volatility with you know, it's fairly defensive downside. I don't think energy demand's dropping, right? Um it might be a little bit better than GE right now. How's GE doing? Yeah, GE looks a little unstable right now. I wouldn't want to sell CSPs on it, especially over the last couple days. Is this fucking piece of shit gonna fail yet, or what? Well, that's it. That's the bottom here. So now do we start dropping? VIX is moving back up again. So maybe now I add a couple of these. Hmm. Market volatility is still pretty high. Not a single fucking opportunity to average down Baba pits today. It's such a shitty range. I'm not gonna fucking average them up, that's for sure. Hmm. Hold on, I'm trying to see what's gonna happen here. If we start to get some long capitulation on SPX, we're in a pretty nice spot. Let's see. So 41.20, 41.15. 41.10 has gone pretty negative. With 4100 being the downside support. Let's see how puts are looking. Ooh, puts are stacking up pretty big. 41.15, 41.10, 41.05. A shitload of puts coming in at 4100. So but calls still coming in all the way up to 4140. I don't know who's gonna. There's like a nice ramp up to 4140. I don't know who's gonna win this. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. We could flat for now. We need some volume either way, but a drop will mean capitulation from this point. A breakout in futures can mean a test of 4140. I think if we fall probably down to 4110, I don't know if we'd slip below it or not. Most of the straddle and strangle concentration is still at the same level. So 4110 to 4090. You mentioned a potential sector shift with regards to Dow and QQQ. What time frame could that occur in? That could happen over the next couple weeks as if CPI comes in hot, you know, that's gonna scare investors back out of tech again, and they're gonna want to throw their money back into value, right? We've seen it happen with Cat a few times, and then yeah, we've seen the money get pulled out of Cat recently in the last couple weeks, and as more and more money shifts into like stocks like Microsoft and Google. But if CPI is hot, you know, that can reverse. SEC also bought the HFCAA, Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act. Unless BABA allows the SEC to audit them, they will be delisted from the U.S. exchange within 2 years. Huh. ES1 going for 4,200. ES1's selling off a little bit right now. That looks pretty negative, and I think the sell-off could pick up pace too. Remember, call capitulation down here. This is mostly 0 DTEs. So from like 4,100 through 4,120, most of the supporting call volume is 0 DTEs. So if they start to get pressured, they're gonna stop out and take profits, right? Which is what we'd be hoping for a faster turnaround. But there's still a lot of stability at 4,100. Unfortunately for the climate, no. Energy demand never dropping. Probably not. Fluffy's such a flirt. Sometimes. Fluffy's pancakes taste like sand. How's Tesla looking this week? Shitty. Much shittier. I think Tesla's got a lot of downside potential. Not just this week, but like over the well, definitely this week, but probably over the next couple weeks. Opex is tricky. I'd be a little cautious of that, but it's pretty fucking liquid right now. You finally convinced me to dive deeper into BTU this week. Political climate is spicy. BTU is awesome. I have a pretty good cost basis on it, so I'm really happy with my position there. But I've made a lot of money. I haven't even deducted like the CSP money I've made from my cost basis, but it's just been really stable and great for selling CSPs, especially over like the last 3 weeks as the trend has been rising. Like if you can catch the dips in the money, CSPs have been awesome. The strikes are a little shitty. Sometimes it's hard to capture them, but when you can, it's great. What's one DTEOI looking like? That's a good question. You want me to send it to you? I don't have one DTEOI. Weekly OI is fucking flat like a pancake between With the exception of the 4100 strike, weekly OI is pretty flat between 4120 and like 4075. I would say that's where the concentration of interest is. I was talking to JFresh about like getting it so we can break it down like expiration by expiration. I feel like that'd be interesting. My cost basis on BTU is around like 1942. I think somewhere around there. I haven't calculated it in a little bit. It's probably a little lower, but roughly 1950. I had an original position that I got into back in like Feb of 2021. But I sold out of that. That was lower. BTU, how far out would you consider selling CSPs? I have some open for March. Those are my furthest ones, and they're at like $25. I have some synthetic longs open, I guess, also at 27.50. Those are further out. Those are like Jan 2024, but they're not really just like income CSPs. What's the Zoomy Juicy score for BTU? I don't know. Ask Stefan. Jimmy stopped trading. Have the bulls capitulated yet? Not in any significant numbers. We still need to fall below 4120. A little bit of a sell-off's good, though. Zimajewski score for BTU is currently negative 2.41, outstanding. I assumed it would be very good. I know the Altman Z score on it's really good, too. I don't remember what it is, but it's yeah, there's like no bankruptcy risk. Have you has anybody looked at the cash flow on BTU? They got the shit kicked out of them during the pandemic, but like over 2021, actually trailing 12 months, cash flow, free cash flow is what like 1.3 billion, I think. With only like 3 billion in liabilities. And I think the current liabilities are under $1 billion. They've been paying them off. I think I actually don't remember what they were last quarter. 900 and something million. Cash flow for BTU is fucking nuts. Yeah. And right now they're trading at a multiple that's like half the sector average. Hey, look, Jimmy go up. Yeah, it's doing that. I'm halfway done with my book, The Intelligent Dunning-Kruger. What's a good entry for LMT? I don't know. I think it's kind of overvalued. General Dynamics might be a better investment. Like I probably wouldn't buy LMT for a long-term hold. I'd trade it, but I'm not a big fan of like the long term. Yeah, right now I'd probably be looking to buy puts on it. $475-ish. VIX going up? Not really. Kind of flat. VIX isn't dropping on this bounce, which is a good sign, or it's like not dropping significantly on this bounce. What's your delta look like on your short-term positions going into CPI? I'm overly short right now. Okay, VIX is dropping on this bounce, so this might have, yeah, this might have a little bit more momentum. How much? I don't know. I like the setup. Can I scalp that? Hmm. 340 by 1. Oh. Mm-hmm. Someone big is pushing the market up. A little bit, yeah. So 41, 41.40. 41.48 on ES. 4138 on SPX, I guess, is kind of where the resistance is. Not the near term one though. It's a longer, that's an old one. Jesus, that's a lot of range. Hmm. Yeah, this still has some room. I'm shocked at how hard Upstart's resisting resisting the move up here. God, fucking, they've got to be like nearly out of liquidity, right? More than? Jesus, it's like kind of overextended. They're hitting bots right now pretty hard. And they really don't want fucking Upstart going up into earnings, do they? Don't make me buy more puts. Just be patient. I don't think there's any reason to rush into anything right now. This momentum's pretty decent, so it can push higher. Incoming SPY rally because of new calculated CPI. The CPI revision was bearish. It's not bullish. It infers that inflation is running hotter, not cooler. GME $20 cover call, Feb 17th, expiration safe. They're not awful. I mean, I think even if GME runs up today a little bit, they'll probably short it pretty hard tomorrow. Especially if they give any ground and get some liquidity. Calling it now, whoever's pushing us up is gonna close their calls before end of day. I don't think you're wrong. I think they're talking about the Fed cooking the books in a different way. How in the world is Google still red with this market right now? That's got more room to the downside. Are we at the SPX max for today? No. The brunt of positioning is still at 4140 and 4150. On the 0 DT is more 4140. 4150 on longer dated positioning. There's we talked about this last Friday. There's enough out of the money call positioning that it's worth driving the market up to go capture it. There's quite a bit. Doesn't this SPX move look like the market maker trying to clear out its T+2 settlements to some degree? Yeah, I mean the hedges move positive for today, and like most of the bullish positioning is short dated. So, I mean, if anything, it looks like they're repositioning their long position that's above like the straddle, which means you could expect a fall back towards the straddle by the end of the day. Brunt? What? Does SPX move look like a market maker trying to clear us? Yeah. Are you adding more CC on GME today or tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what it runs to today. If it moves up enough, I might throw some more in there. 20. Probably out of the money though. It's mostly to stem losses. Tesla resisting this run up. I mean, NASDAQ's kind of resisting the run up a little bit. Tesla's doing pretty bad today. Down 1.72. Jesus. How the mighty have fallen. Nope. Not dead yet. VIX's still stable at 2069. Y'all remember when Tesla was 1,000? Yeah, it was above that. What's the pattern on the Tesla 1 minute? I have no idea. Yeah, it's a pennant. It's consolidating. Looks like it's about to break through the bottom though. Bear pennant. Futures look like they might bounce here. Maybe. Right? Is there an upside gap? There is, right? A fat one. 41.56, 41.62. CPS tomorrow. That seems so out of reach. Is Blue Apron dead after announcing a stock offering? Additional liquidity is never a good thing on volatility shorts. That's some idiot on Reddit arguing that Tesla only dropped their prices so much because costs dramatically dropped and not because of rates, Elon, Chinese competition, and demand destruction. Yeah, there would never be any of those things. Tesla longs and Elon fanboys are not really. I guess the difference between them and BBBY shareholders is that they sometimes make more money. It puts on SPY for 217. Be okay right now, given SLD. Has it reached the top, you think? Or 40? I don't think 4200's on the table. But 4140, very unlikely. 41, 4156, 41. Maybe the gap. I don't think the gap, but small chance that it tops 4140 today. Is CPI expected to be bullish? It's expected to continue cooling. I know you hate Bobby, but can you comment on Hudson Bay's involvement? Good opportunity to explain the mechanics of how these shorts work. Thank you. What do you mean? I'm not paying attention to Bobby. I don't know fuck all about Hudson Bay's involvement. They bought out the like preferred shares, right? They're convertible bonds. So yeah, they'll just keep generating liquidity in order to print their short position, which they'll then, you know, capture tax-free if Bobby goes out of business. I mean, you could buy warrants to hedge shorts, but the warrants aren't convertible until a certain price is met. Hey bro, how's things? My short exposure expires end of March. Plan to close during SLD and roll. Any tips on where I might be looking to re-enter April's? I mean, I don't know if the market's gonna bounce back from a hot CPI print if we get one. So if CPI comes in hot tomorrow, yeah. That could be bearish over the next, like, into the end of the quarter. We could start to see moves down into like the 3,800 to 3,700 range, depending on how hot CPI is. I think most of the like risk-free arbitrage that's helped drive the market up till now has been largely resolved. So, you know, and with VIX dipping, there was a big opportunity to enter some leveraged shorts. So I think things are well set up to consistently move down for a period of time. We might bounce back during like Opex, but probably through March Opex, it looks pretty bearish. Comet known as Planet Killer will hit New York in a week. SPX 7,000 was ridiculous. If I sell a weekly put at a $15 strike and break even, it's 1338 if the week closes at 1450. Would I likely get assigned and just pocket the difference? Yeah, I mean, you can just sell the shares on assignment and you're still profitable because of the premium collected. Yeah, so you're saying they're like, I don't know what you want me to dig into there, Chris. Besides like, you know, using convertible bonds to cover shorts, but those warrants have a price at which they're exercisable, which I don't think Bobby has hit. So they would probably still have to like run or cover and then reshort in order to exercise those warrants. What's the conversion price? Does anybody know? You think the credibility of BLS is gone because of recent revisions? No. I think that they have to adjust weightings in order to get a better grasp of inflation in its current state. Yeah, I mean, you should probably have a greater margin of error, but this is definitely not their first revision of prior data. Did you see somewhere you mentioned that SLD is just a rebalancing act, and that while recently we've only experienced the downside, there's potential that I can move up during SLD? I mean, not right now because the market's so over leveraged, but the reason that we see such a pronounced effect from SLD is that the market is over leveraged, right? Otherwise, SLD wouldn't be nearly as interesting. I should say participants in the market are over leveraged. Are you going to roll the 4065 Ps if CPI prints bullish? Depends on our level going into the print. Probably not. Fuck that. My problem with them is their expiration is kind of too soon. I'd probably just cut them, honestly. I'd wait for SLD, but I'd cut them. I mean, you can look up the amount of margin leverage on each index. I've deployed capital into BTU. I have a plan, an extra capital to manage my position. This feels strange. Look at you. We're going to chop till 0 DTEs sell off, if 0 DTEs sell off. It's the SPX. Once 0 DTEs are in the money, they're in the money, right? You need other levels to capitulate in order to put them at risk to get them to capitulate. So right here, I mean, the scenario would be like a failure of the 4150 calls to attain moneyness, or 4140 calls. And then a sell-off in those could propagate a sell-off of in the money calls. No one's gonna sell off if the market price is stagnant, though. Someone buying GME? It looks like they're buying a little bit of it. They need some liquidity. It doesn't look like they're fighting back too hard against active funds either. Is Tesla dead? I mean, it's like current run's pretty much over. I'm starting to get concerned about my $20 CCs. Why? Yeah, on the longer time frame, Jimmy's trend is still very bearish. Did you know Jimmy was going to go up 2% today? I mean, I knew the market had potential to move up. The effect on Jimmy is a little surprising. but not a lot. I mean, it's really a liquid still. Don't worry, they'll knock it down 10% if they get a red day. Do you think Jimmy or Bobby will have an announcement soon? No? Jimmy has earnings in March. Or not March. Is it March? March. Volume on GME is increasing. It increased briefly. Volume on GME for the day is at 1 million, which is moderately insignificant. This is like our day 5 from that Friday, right? So there could be some like leftover. Today's the 5th day, right? Hold on, let me check. Is this today? I think today's T+5. So there might be like a little bit of carryover from the run that Monday. Last Monday? Yeah, today's T5. So probably a little bit of deleveraging in the ETFs. I don't think it's anything significant. Liquidity still looks like garbage on GameStop. Like nothing looks super bullish for the next, at least not the next few days. It's still trending into like a more illiquid environment. What mean when Jimmy puts don't drop in price at all at a small run like this? Could mean that people are buying more puts while the price is moving up. I didn't even realize my GMECC got stopped out for profit. I can't believe you haven't been telling us how easy it is to make money. What? I've been talking about GME cover calls for like a year. I think you're being sarcastic, right? You never know, dude. Neither do you. So you're just Jesus. You can't just make shit up and then be like, "Nah, you don't know. Could happen." Fucking Christ. The amount of logical fallacies that pour out of Superstonk and Reddit, it's just shocking. Do any of these people have a fucking education? I can tell you're not a man of faith, Girk. I'm disappointed. Why? Because I don't believe in made up shit like a child? Hey Greg, SPX 12K 2027 printing. Thanks. Faith, same like bag holder. Yeah. I'm disappointed in how the Super Bowl turned out as well, Girk. But you seem extra salty today. No. I didn't even watch the Super Bowl. Who won? Philadelphia? Have they overturned the city yet? I don't know. Stefan has a point where Girk may not be a man of faith, but he's definitely spiritual, and I can tell because reasons that he is a godly man. Thanks, Trash. Chiefs? Philly lost? Oh, there's nothing to overturn in Kansas. Philly was trashing the city before the game even started. You can't trash what's already trashed. Is it Missouri? Why does Kansas... Never mind. Why did Kansas at City and St. Louis both have to occupy multiple states? So you on some Jimmy 19cc for the 17th. Still green, even if I bought back at the ask, but starting to get a bit worried about this price action. Hold or close and resell later. Jimmy is... Goddamn. There's no MOASS. They're just going to short volatility. They have enough liquidity to do so. The trend hasn't shifted at all. This run up to $19 or $20, not even $20, is fucking meaningless. Gork, green candle, CC panic. I mean, it's Jesus Christ. East St. Louis, definitely not St. Louis. People are thinking of buying back their cover calls. I'm thinking of selling more. Same. And 1950 is looking particularly attractive right now. I'm wondering if it would be worth closing and reselling for more premium later today. I don't know. Generally once they like cover a little bit and get like liquidity like this in the intraday, it's not good for the end of day price action. Also, the market's looking like a little shittier now. Here's what I don't like about it. The long side on the indexes is really unstable. Like if SPX falls below 4120, that's going to trigger a pretty big sell-off. And with gamma neutral so close to that level, a slide below gamma neutral could be a very, very big sell-off. Yeah, I know. XRT's been ramping up all day. Gamma neutral on SPX is like 4093. It's actually 4092 and change, but it's so close to that 4100 level that we could slip below it, and if we do, then all the zero DTE calls might sell off, and that means, you know, we could slide really hard like we did on Friday. You seem less enthusiastic these days. When have I ever been enthusiastic? Well, sometimes, but it's rare. Where's Natty? Ah, my CCs. Ah, my shares. I don't know. What's Fubo doing today? That's how you can gauge Natty's mood. What's a good premium to collect for a CSP? I don't know. What are you selling them on, Philip Luttrell? Upstart has some nice CSP pricing. The hype is dead. People should be hyped on the market dropping. They just people just misdirect their hype. Do an end of day SPX price poll for the YouTube bandwidths. Are you getting slowed down on the stream? March Opex, you were fired up. True. But I was over leveraged to the upside. If Jimmy ever trades another share, I'll sub to Pigeonwell. Your fucking empty promises mean nothing to me anymore, Hazy. I'm selling more GME CCs for next week. I'll close before Opex, but honestly, I don't even care if I get assigned. I'm so deep in the red on my shares, I'll have tax losses for years. Can you call the hourly candle plus minus 2 candles at which SPX slides? If right, your stack demigod status will be fully upgraded to stack god. Wait, what are you asking me to do? You want me to determine where the hourly candle on SPX is going to end up? I don't hate you. Mostly when discussing a theory, that's what's put the sparkle in your eye. I do like pontificating about the potential in the market. For your BTU put hedges, which expiry are you looking for? March 17th? Yeah. Some Feb 17. Earnings is tomorrow morning. Unliked and liked again, same as engagement. I have no idea. Just like the stream. That's all that YouTube cares about. Or comment on it. I don't know what you would comment, but get creative. Hey Gherk, my boss promised me a raise last week, but I didn't see it on my paycheck. What recourse do I have? Well, given that you're your own boss, I would say stop stiffing yourself. Hazy can't afford COD skins. If my BTU 30C April's print, I'm subbing to Dillionaires. Cool. If I sold now, I'd have over a dozen years of losses written off on taxes. That's not entirely how it works, but sure. Expectations on the inflation report, cold. I don't know. It could be. I think core inflation could be a little hotter than expected. And if core inflation's up, the market's going to freak out. The trend should be continued cooling, but rents keep going up. And now they're waiting that more. The fuck have you done here? Yeah, I think I agree, actually, Dork. We're on very different time frames here, but I agree that that's what most of this move is just to capture those upside positions. It's really obvious if you look at, like, here, look, I'll show you. Where is it? See how much put leverage is building up at like 41.20, 41.25. And then all that like 0 DTE call side leverage. The peak there is 41.40. Yeah. I just wonder, here's the only thing I'm curious about. Do we test 41.40 before we get that capitulation? XRT looks good. They're just getting more shares to short GME with. You net gains against lost carryover plus 3,000. Okay. But for tax losses? Or you just have capital gains the next year, right? And then net them against that. Here's the problem, bipolar bear. I'm not sure if anyone in here has capital gains. We're probably going to see 41.40 by 2 p.m. tomorrow before going into a free fall. Or we'll see 40.80, then rip face into SLD. Same like August 2022, where we ripped through SLD. We really ripped through SLD in August? I don't think we did. I thought we got fucking hammered. Can't remember. SLD was on the 17th in August? Yeah, we got fucking murdered on SLD in August. $340 BPS. The only SLD we haven't dropped was October 21. I think all the other ones have been super shitty. It didn't dump a week and a half later. By Monday, it was down at 40.30. It tested 40.18 Monday. Or sorry, it was down. It was back down at 41.23 by the next Monday. SLD ends on Monday, so it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday through Monday morning, right? Fucking tanked super hard. The lead up was really nice. Like we stayed fairly flat into Thursday, and then dumped Friday into Monday morning. SLD is like what killed the August run. Then we bounced back into like the T+2, and then the market just started tanking like all the way into like September, like early September ETF FTDs. Like the ETF FTD period. And I'm pretty sure after that, that's when we like hit our low. Like September SLD into like October. Fucking market just got murdered. We're going up today, not if the market dumps. Explain how capital gains are affected by buying. They're not. Those are income. Why Fubo IV up today? I don't know. Is it doing volatile things? Volume might be up. Fuck is Fubo? Nope. I don't know. Like IV30's up? Out of the money IV is kind of ridiculous. When's earnings? Don't we have earnings? Earnings is on the 24th? I don't think that's in anticipation of earnings. What's the put skew? Jesus Christ. Is that a 10% yield on fucking 11-day CSPs? That's insane. What are you doing, Atomic? You're blowing up the Fubo options chain. Stop it. OLPX. I'm guessing like 880 is your target. It's a little longer than 30 days. I don't know how. It seems like a decent amount of this is banking on an earnings beat, or at least like this accumulation right here, like especially through the through early Feb and the early Jan accumulation. Yeah, maybe like I feel like in the short term this can pull back though. So there's probably a better entry at 571. There's a concentrated positioning at strikes. It means institutions or big hedging going to do something. It can. It can mean that, Dork. Or it's like a fat collar or something like that. Eight-ish tick profits. Oh, okay. WMA. I don't know about take profits at eight-ish, but like set stops. I think if it did fill, which is what you're kind of looking for there, it would fill probably up to like 850. I don't think there's a lot of long side profit taking until you hit that level. I think most of the longs are probably fairly underwater at this point that are still in from before the gap down. But I do think there might be a better entry over like the next week or two around like the 570 level. I'm in Target, half listening. What's going on? We're accusing you of fucking up the Fubo options chain. Can you make the puts all sell off? That way we rip. No. Unfortunately, I cannot. Alright, this is getting, like, more bearish than I like. I think I'm gonna close... Fuck. I hate the timing on this, though. What's ES look like? ES looks like it's gonna sell off, too. Fuck. I'm gonna regret this, but whatever. I'm gonna close the long leg of my straddle. That was actually pretty good. We're gonna rip to 4,200 now. Whatever. I made $40 a contract. I really don't give a shit. I'm not greedy, right? I'm not sure I believed that. Um, Thoughts on CPI tomorrow? You think it can move the market hard? Yeah? Why can't I find SPXW on WeBull? Just type in SPX, not SPXW. I feel like holding the long side of my straddle this long was already super fucking greedy. like I way overheld it. I'm glad I did, but as long as you're a generous lover, thanks, Maeve. I do my best. Follow up response to a good premium for CSP. CSP on GME? Since I would feel better holding GME than Upstart. Income? Okay, follow up on that. Income or with the intent to be assigned? How long of a hold are you looking for at your Pickles Picks play on the stock starting with H? I'm trying to avoid spilling Pickles Picks on Monday. um, uh, uh, let me think. I'm probably gonna hold it through 2025. If it experiences 10 to 15% growth by then, I might cut it earlier. That'll depend on my entry. And so like if I enter in my lower range, the chances of me selling it when the stock price moves up increase. Otherwise, it's just there to drip and compound gains until I find something I'd rather throw the money into. Right now, I have kind of an issue specifically with that capital. I have like 135,000 that I need to figure out something to do with. Because right now it's just doing nothing. That's never good. I noticed the Pickles Picks did not have CERN puts. Was there a reason for this? The company doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, that's kind of how I'll probably do it. Is if it goes up 10%, I'll just throw a stop loss on the position, and then if it keeps compounding at that level, I don't care, right? Mighty convenient excuse. It's not an excuse. There's nothing to buy on it. Are we gonna get a bunch of bulls on futures again? I don't know. What's up, Arnold? Will you open an SQQQ position today or tomorrow? I already have an SQQQ position opened and like 7,500 shares of it. Hey man, those Bear Stearns puts are a collector's item. All right, Dungston. I'm bored. Entertain me. Gross. Phew! Fuck. Oh, I need to filter all my air for the next 3 months. Thank you. Will the SPX sell off on the rejection here or too early? Sure, it could. SPX is up 1%. SPXL is up 3%. How? It is 3x the daily returns of the SPX. Thank you for confirming that SPXL is working as intended. What do you think the unidentified objects spotted around the US this weekend were? They were balloons of some sort. It's funny that after millions of years of evolution, you get taken down by a stick boy. I know. Actually, when I live outside of New York City, I don't really have very bad allergies. I'm super allergic to maple, and there's a ridiculous concentration of those trees here. Are you worried at all about Tesla breaking out from the trend? No? In what way? Yeah, XRT's moving up. I think they're just doing big creation baskets. That's crazy. Huh. Upstart's out of liquidity finally. That took a while. Has anyone ever told you that the chew part of your sneeze is very pronounced? No. Philip Luttrell, I still need to know if you're selling CSPs for income or with the intention of being assigned. What price did Jamie have to be not to be included in the Russell? I think it's low enough already. What's up, newest RC's newest bag holder? Can I cut CCs for 80% profit and sell more for this Friday? Double profit? Is the feel for GME is that it will drop into SLD? Kind of looks like it, yeah. Although I'd wait and see what the market's going to do today. It's being overly bullish right now. I've been posting it, but there's a lot of chat. Okay. Just post it again. I'll get to it. You don't have to move it. How many chegas before the choo-choo? 2? 2 to 4 seems to be the... Is comparing the rate of change of daily weighted VWAP to each other beneficial indicator of what best lows are intraday on a moving time scale? No. Which VWAPs? I don't like comparing VWAPs like across assets. It seems kind of pointless. Is the Russell some sort of potato related stock index? Yes. Why is GME in it? Because it's a potato. Follow-up response, income or to be assigned on GME CSP? I'm looking for income, but if I get assigned, it is all right. I have done 130 premiums, obviously, but they look lower now. Interesting. Mm. Yeah, the skews not super bad on GME yet. Generally when they start shorting us really hard on the market maker side, like put premiums will go up. Right now with them low, I probably wouldn't sell them very far out. Maybe like I don't know, 2 to 3% yields are decent for like a 11-day period. I probably wouldn't sell them out further than that because your yield doesn't improve much. Like if you sold like 15s for March, the yield is like roughly roughly the same given the extended risk. So that's like 0.3 or 3.2 versus 2.2 on the like 11-day. Yeah, I mean, they're not super great right now. Generally once puts start piling in, the premiums get a lot better. But we're not quite at that point yet. If GME ETF inclusion gets downgraded, is that good or bad for vol sellers? Great for them. This bot's really serving you up some softballs. I'm over leveraged on Chegas, and I should have bought more Choo Choo. Should I sell some of the Chegas to buy more Choo Choo, or roll the Chegas up and out until they pay for my Choo Choo? Why don't you just do a performance swap on Chegas to Choo Choos? My 0DT put to call ratio today was 80-20. I'm really regretting selling off my calls already. I sure hope the puts print. See? Is Jimmy being downgraded in ETS would be bullish for vol short players. Wouldn't it also be good for us? More cycles, more liquidity. Hey Greg, I checked my call log and it looks like you've been calling me every 2 to 3 hours to ask about my Billionaire's extended warranty. Can you please get in touch with me? Get me in touch with your CS department. We don't have one of those. There's no servicing of the customers. That's the Dan's job. I don't know. It might have been fake Gherk. Did he ask you about your experience in the market today? He means computer share department. He wants to DRS his membership. Very common request. Maybe we should set up a hotline for that. 1 second. No, no one's on the phone. On a scale of Dan to Ken, how would you rate your experience today? No, I'm not looking to extend my car's warranty at this time. All right. Was 41.57 the top of this clownish bull run? I mean, 41.34 could be the top of this clownish bull run. Does Pickles membership come with roadside assistance? We don't do that anymore. Dan's kept getting abducted, so Will the whole market go down today to keep GME from MOASsing over 20? I really wish it'd go over 20 so I could sell $20 covered calls. Still waiting for a NVIDIA put entry. Yep, glad I did too. I'm experiencing pretty severe tooth pain. Any advice for trading while on leftover Vicodin? Don't. I do want a snack. I want like a more substantial snack. But I don't want to walk away from this exhilarating market action. Hold on. You know what? I'm just going to take my chances. I'm going to zoom in on everything so everyone freaks out while I'm gone. I'll be right back. Look, something happened. Yeah, you're not wrong. We released the rest of the balloons from Dork's birthday party, and we have responded to the cease and desist from the petting zoo. Emergency exit had a bit of an altercation with the petting zoo operator, but the rest of the balloons are now on the go. Is there any kind of fun financial symposium we can watch while I eat food? Is the turnaround confirmed? It still needs to fall below like 41.25. But it's a good sign. I can tell you if it's picking up some momentum, and it looks like it is. VIX went up a little bit. Are those carrots or Cheetos? Neither. Although with this batch, I kind of wish they were Cheetos. That was not a good... So do people who only shop at health food stores just accept the inconsistency in their food? Interesting. Like, so I buy these keto puffs a lot, right? Because it's essentially like eating air. But sometimes they're really good. Sometimes they kind of taste like piss, but not fresh piss. Like that smell in a 1970s like high school locker room piss. Like vintage piss. They don't taste like piss. Well, but they smell like it, and that kind of gives you an aftertaste of piss. Have you been to the Wegmans in Brooklyn? 2 stories tall, full bar. Is that a New York City thing? I haven't, but probably. I had a foul protein bar recently, and I had to expectorate it. Ugh. How far out of the money call are you picking up for CPI hedge against your put? I'm gonna straddle the market again towards the end of the day. Well, because security engineer, it's not like durian, where it's, you know, got a flavor profile that belies its smell. It's got a smell of stale piss, and that kind of seeps into your like olfactory receptors and gives you the faintest hint of stale piss in the back of your throat. There it is, right there. It's like the fourth bite before it dissolves into nothingness. It's like high school. It's like you're like, oh, that tastes like shit, and someone's like, how do you know what shit tastes like? And it's like, well, because I have a frontal lobe, and I'm able to imagine something tasting the way it smells. Also eating ass, but you know, the first one. Durian is the best. All you haters are just jealous. It smells awful, Pornhub. Tastes like Giardia. More cogent argument is that taste is smell. So if you can smell it, you know what it tastes like. But that's not entirely true. We already used durian as an example. Nice, Carl. My fingers taste different than they smell. Yuri, don't smell your fingers in public, man. Ever. Smell your fingers before shaking hands. Dear God. This place is so fucking weird on slow days. That breakdown was really something. No, it wasn't. But it could be the start of something. Candles taste different than they smell. That's another great example. Hmm. Well, the stale piss taste is going away. It's almost gone. You know what I'm noticing from this poll? You guys are all really indecisive. Farts, while amazing, have surprisingly little taste. Huh. Almost like an amuse-bouche. You have to ask Han about that one, Trash. I would appreciate being called indecisive. I made one vote. I didn't flip-flop. Yes, but you are just one part of the average. An amuse-bouche. I hate this place. I'm gonna get a job at the Fed. I'm not gonna stop streaming. But the stream is gonna be just about my job at the Fed. I'm gonna work my way up to the top. One Fed president at a time. I already have one subscription to watch someone watch porn all day. I don't need a second. Who wants an amazing business idea that'll make them rich for a very short period of time? Okay. It's going to be ruined by me telling everyone about it. But hear me out. And don't get caught up in the initial steps. Because they're not leading where you think they are. Gurk for Fed Chair. Plex, thank you so much for becoming a Tillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Step 4, get sued by 10 OnlyFans creators. I've said a lot of profit for a very short period of time. The SEC will never pay for porn. How do we get short exposure on a level 1 trading account, e.g. Upstart, the past week? Buy shares, eat the loss selling CCs till the next run, sell CSPs? You could just go short. Can you shorten a level 1 account? I mean, if you have margin, you should be able to just sell short. Borrow rate's kind of high, but the drop is sufficient. Otherwise, yes, you could buy shares and then sell in the money covered calls. Can you move the top line up on on SPX? It's limiting my gains. Absolutely not. The market's so fun today. There once was a pickle. Would you stop using Chat GPT to write poems? His audience so fickle, he ate all the ass, they all stood aghast. Smelling fingers for nickels, and his mouth tasted a rotten rump. What? With ass on his tongue, the pickle did run. Alright, that's it. It's time to ban walking. New poll. Barely a worthy sacrifice. It's true. The market gods are going to be displeased. Pull us? The other pull was so useless. Look at this. Ban Darth Dan? I know. So based on the SPX poll, sell a Condor. Yeah, with a 40.75 through 41.50 spread. I'm bringing Guybrush back. There he is. No, I have puts. Don't do it. It's too late. I ruined the chances of the poll being unanimous because 16% of you voted no on Stock God during last Opex. Would you stop sending me your porn fan fiction? Walk-in? Carl can't ban the Fed. He doesn't have that kind of power. Who the fuck is Jamie? Diamond? Oh, okay. I can't believe JC's not in here modding the Ko-Fi. Option strat shows that Condor for 217 with 2420 net credit, which you keep if we end the week around 4105. If it wasn't closing on my house, I might try to lose money on that play. Huh. It's pretty good credit. Head and shoulders on SPX. Is this the head? I think they're still just trying to drive their calls in the money. How much did Carl make on the Fubo run? I don't know. How did you do on the Fubo run, Carl? Damn, someone's piling into 4100 zero DTEs? The fuck were those bought for? No, calls. Don't read that Ko-Fi. It's too late. I already saw it. Thank you, Visceral, for modding the moderator who wasn't modding the Ko-Fi. That's what I thought too. Maybe the pickle jar does know something. In their indecisiveness, there is profit. $10K? Not bad. You closed out all your synth longs, right? Everything but shares. On SPX, they're shooting to hit 4140 and then down. I don't know. There's some call interest picking up at 4150. Although that strike still looks pretty weak. I think some of them are sold. Like about half the contracts are sold at 4150. Zero DT 4120p looks strong. See, I don't like betting on that level. Maybe like 4130 or 4125. But I'm not particularly fond of betting on the 4120 level. If you ban half squat down, I shall become more regarded than you can possibly imagine. What are you saying? Who invited half squat to the stream? Ah, thank God you both timed him out. I like this one better, by the way. What do you think of Kameko for uranium exposure? I think it's kind of overpriced. Not my favorite. Would Jimmy ever trade more than 10 or 25 million volume on back-to-back days consistently again? Probably. Pre-market for BTU earnings. Instead of a ban, how about walk-in purchases deep in the money Tesla calls? That's just mean. Hold on, I'm not looking at the charts. Well, we tested 41.48 on futures. VIX hasn't gone down. Hmm. Maybe we need to run harder. Harder and faster. Yeah, I don't know. 4140 is still just sitting there waiting for someone to rescue it. How much does your positioning for CPI reflect your confidence in it running hot? I mean, it reflects that it could run hot or cool. And probably also reflects the fact that SLD is right after it. What's up, Moondog8432? Blew up my gamble account. Just put some money in and bought puts for tomorrow. You bearish for CPI? CPI can kind of go either way. I think there's a chance that core inflation could run hotter than expected. I think the last time we saw that was August, actually. Bro, I told you price up, vol up. No, it's not. It's not price up, vol up. It's more like vol flat, price up. Why is Walken getting banned? I don't know. I don't like him very much. He's kind of annoying. He says a lot of idiotic things with no basis in fact or data. Stochastic RSI isn't that accurate for SPX. It's not telling you anything you can't already see in the candles. It's just telling it to you in a different way. Don't overly rely on it. Held at gunpoint. Where do you see GME is GME going to be Monday next week? Under 19? I don't know. I feel like under 19 is more likely Friday or by Friday. I feel attacked. Delta up on 0 DT. I don't know about IV spot rising on nothing but 0 DT. Am I wrong? I mean, I was referring to the VIX, not the contract IV, but yeah, 0 DT interest is really high today. People are wondering why about 0 GT SPX gambles when doing vertical spreads around SLD seem like free money, which require minimal trading skill, knowing SLD, and targeting 100 BPS moves. They're not bad. Half Squirt in the YouTube chat? I know, I'm probably going to ban him too. Yeah, but now it's Half Squirt, and I know who you are. Tied down on a bed. Where do you think Apple will be next Monday? I don't know, $10 above or below 150. Just still at 150. Can you see contract volume on TradingView? No. CPI prints at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Donnie talking about banning is making me more excited than finishing the daily crossword. This is getting so blown out. I don't understand how it's still pushing. Someone needs to get the market some fiber. Yeah, you can hang out, Chip. Ball gagged in an Amsterdam brothel. Where do you think Upstart will be yesterday? Not trading, actually. Why is Netflix ripping? Market's up. Nice entry, though. There's a lot of zero DTE call interest on SPX. Like a ton of it. Are you streaming Upstart earnings? Maybe. Yeah, I've thought about it. Maybe not. I don't know. Do it? I don't think it's the 4140s they're really targeting here, right? It's the 4150s. They're using 4140s to try to drive the price up. But 4150 is definitely the goal. Oh, you piece of shit. Yeah, 4140 call interest is up even more now. Falls off pretty hard at 4145, and then no one's buying 4140s for fucking Friday. There is 19 million net gamma at 4150. Interesting. Also at 4150, almost all of the put gamma is out of the money. Currently, the largest concentration of put interest is at 4,000. How's synthetic long better than long call? It's not necessarily. It's just different. Synthetic long isn't exposed to theta decay. It mimics a position in the underlying stock at a fraction of the cost, with the risk of assignment. The pickle's anger, he just swatted the danger. Of a walk-in he detests, but keeps around all the rest. Of the exit he sees, but can't disagree. What? You need to stop drinking during the day, man. Puts on A, B, and B for their earnings. Too obvious, so better to avoid. I mean, you could try it. I don't play earnings. Lodged in the truck of a 1962 Ford Anglia with an unknown destination. Where do you see the tulip bubble of 1637 popping? Oh, Jesus Christ. But the underlying for it would be one share of each stock in the S&P 500. Do you think RevRQ shares will be worth anything? Should I try to trade mine for some lip gloss or concealer? You could give it a shot. I mean, you may have a hard time finding liquidity. I haven't entered anything on Netflix yet, but if I do, yeah, I'll wait. Probably like for 30.55 or 30.50 around the 30.60 level. I don't know how much more it can push up today, but I'm just waiting on it. This entire chat is AI generated. I know. Data and excessive capital required. Well, if you're on a margin account, you can go synthetic long with lots and lots and lots of leverage for very little upfront cost. But you have a ton of leveraged downside risk. Yeah, I know that the method used to calculate CPI has changed tomorrow. Do you know how it's changed? They've changed the weightings of the CPI calculation. So the more deflationary factors are going to be less heavily weighted, which could cause the total print to run hotter as it focuses in on areas of the economy which still have not slipped much, like rent or shelter. Wearing a VR headset while watching adult films in a latex suit. Where do you see NVIDIA in 6 months? Cheaper than it is now. I guess you could try Spider. Could you explain the mechanics of the MM hedging a put? Do they literally just sell the number of shares represented by the delta value from the bank of shares they bought via call hedging? They would just buy shares. But they do maintain an inventory. If I change the way losses is calculated on my report, will the broker give me back my gas money? Maybe. Why hasn't Gamma Max moved on GME for weeks? Because they haven't moved the sold calls. There's a shitload of them at 25. Just sitting there. Longer dated positioning with not a lot of near term positioning having really any significant effect on the Gamma Max value. Deflationary? I think you mean disinflationary. I don't. I meant what I said. I'm not making up new words to describe deflation. That's for JPA to do. What's the difference between UUN and SUUF? SRUUF? One is the Canadian ticker, I think, for the TSX exchange, and the other is the OTC ticker for the US. Okay, so now bad news might not seem so bad. Like Robin Hood Men in Tights. If you tell me the bad news in a good way, maybe it won't seem so bad. But the change would imply that they're telling you the bad news in a bad way. I had a sandwich on wheat bread. It was like turkey, a couple pieces of peppered salami, some oil, vinegar, a little bit of lettuce, and a slice of tomato. Favorite mustard? Ooh, that depends on the dish. Dijon? Dijonnaise? Ooh. I should have made my sandwich with Dijonnaise. Fuck. What a punt. Do you have any Grey Poupon? No? In the land of zero DT calls, the one DT put is king. I mean, yes. You forgot the excuse me, sir. Yeah, I did. SPX is sitting here at the top of that historic resistance. I draw that on the daily or the 1 hour? Where did that come from? Ah. Oh, there's a little room to this. Oh, that would be 157 though. And I really do wonder, maybe they are going for the gap. That still seems crazy though. It's so far away. IV's too high for a 1 DT straddle, and the theta decay overnight's gonna destroy the premium in your position. You need time on straddles. More time. Are your 740.85 puts what you mean by taking profits? No. No, those have never been profitable. How's my boy ACVA looking? I don't even know what that is. Eh. Not super great. It's like okay. It kind of looks like it already ran. I don't know. Earnings are coming up. Those have historically been unimpressive. Expectations are pretty low, though. Bears don't seem to be fighting back. I don't really think they need to. But the price action today, okay. Disinflation is when absolute rate is still positive but going down. Deflation means that inflation negative, i.e. year-over-year prices are going down. Wouldn't one just be deflationary and then deflation? Seems like arbitrary semantics, but when you're chatting someone up, have you ever said, "Hey baby, would you like me to take you to Gamma Max and back with limited theta decay?" I have not. Biggest lesson is theta. I keep losing solely on theta decay, but I'm learning. Yeah, you need time on them. You want like 3 to 5 days at least, and then if IV is high, you probably want more. If Upstart runs on earnings, could other stocks like GME de-risk? Big if. Unlikely. As a matter of fact, I think the chances of a strong run on Upstart due to earnings is limited by the fact that it's in like the short part of the short volatility cycle. Girk led a team of quantitative pickles as they delved in a world of financial riddles. He chortled and smiled, it drove us all wild, then laughed as our portfolios dwindled. What's with all the fucking poems today? Disinflatulence period would be great. I've never said I'm about to MOASS. MOASS isn't real. How can you tell when options IV is expensive versus cheap? Put call parity. Or delta skew. Anti-disinflationary tarianism. My coffee tastes better if I filter it through a KN95. I don't think those are for liquids. So I don't, well, maybe. I mean, it's not going to taste better. It's going to taste more like water. Here's my question. If you pour coffee into a reverse osmosis filter, do you just get water out of the other side? What about you look like the kind of girl who enjoys a robust and explosive Opex. I need to sleep more. That's definitely the solution to this. I feel bad for retail buying right now that doesn't know about SLD. Yeah. Well, you know, CNBC is like pushing that. Don't worry, you haven't missed the bottom. You can still buy the dip before the bull market. Everyone asks when MOASS, but we should be asking when Vega neutral. Vega neutral's at 0. What if we just IV coffee? Dork. I didn't see Tommy Lee sweating on stage. Why was he sweating? Was he playing drums? I have a feeling that we're going to close at or very near 4150. I don't know. How much push could they possibly have left? This whole day's been fucking ridiculous already. Oh, Tom Lee. Oh. He was saying certainty was returning to the market right after Treasury spiked. Homies in the chat need to take a pause on thinking about futures and start thinking about future likes. Hashtag 700 gang. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. I wonder if I could sell commodities on future user engagement. We could create our own market. SLD is supplemental liquidity deposits for FINRA, for broker and dealer margin, in the period right before the monthly options expiration. It matters because it can cause various large entities to sell off pieces of their long position in order to deposit more liquidity for future margin use. So in an over leveraged market, SLD means downs. BTU earnings tomorrow. Woo. I'm pretty excited about them. One like, one wink. Oh, I'm not doing that. Just because you create a market doesn't mean they'd come. What if I back it with NFTs of their favorite JPEG files? Bets on deflation, Mont? If rates persist at the target rate into the end of the year, or a higher target rate into the end of the year, we will probably see deflation. Like actual deflation. But yes, I get what you mean. Why are the changes made to CPI? Was it expected? Because they change how they weigh different factors in their calculations over time in order to give the best representation of the consumer product index, pricing index. I want to go to sleep. What's the plan for GME cover calls? They should expire if CPI isn't going to start a new rally. What? I don't have a plan for the cover calls. Hold them till they're worth more money. I mean, I own BTU. It's going to have earnings, but I'm not playing the earnings. I'm going to hedge my position against their earnings. Anyone live near East Palestine, Ohio? Probably. To be honest, I still can't fucking believe the audacity of the frequent crypto commercials from last year's Super Bowl. I wasn't affected because I'm not dumb, but that was straight up evil. Yeah, people bought a lot of crypto. Sell the NFTs as your own personal bonds to carry your interest and invest in future of Pickledom content and audience. Hey Greg, I haven't been able to check in earlier. Mind explaining why SPX is grinding up like this? Seems like a solid put entry before SLD. I'm going to buy some more puts today at some point. Not just yet. Best looking representation of the economy they can possibly think up. Fix that for you. I mean, once SOFR markets start pricing in higher inflation, I think the expectation's pretty locked in that if not this CPI report, then the next one is going to be hotter than expected. And analysts are already expecting core inflation to be up. The question is how much. And core inflation, especially with the weight changes, is already a really, really volatile data point. Like, it's good when it locks into a trend, but if it reverses that trend, that's really bad. Oh, the GBCCs should expire worthless, or are you going to buy them back for before CPI? I'm probably not going to buy them back. I might sell some more today. I was still kind of waiting for GME to break 20 so I could sell some. It has yet to do that. I live 1 hour from Palestine. In Israel? In Close Encounters of the Fourth Kind, great movie. They get people to evacuate Devil's Tower, Wyoming? Maybe. By claiming a choo-choo derailed with toxic chemicals. Just saying. What are you saying? No. Hestia, specifically say what you mean to say. Are you saying that the chemical fire of a train that's been documented by thousands of individuals is a fake cover-up for an alien invasion? Sorry, Dad. I'm still a bit high from yesterday. Oh, okay. Palestine, Ohio. Oh. What about East Palestine? Are you are you east of East Palestine? I'm saying there's a movie where they make it a fake cover up for an alien invasion. Hmm. All right. Come on, Girk. When you say it like that, it sounds a bit ridiculous. It is ridiculous. The reason the news isn't reporting on the fire in Ohio is because no one cares about Ohio. And the reason governments are popping each other's balloons that they've basically ignored for the last 8 years is because they want to stir some shit up. They're burning down Ohio to pay us. What strike will you sell CCs at if Junior breaks 20? I don't know, maybe like 1950? We're all east of East Palestine if you go far enough east. But if you go too far east, you end up in Palestine. If that happened in Boston or New York, it would be huge news. Yeah, but it didn't, right? I would also not be staying here right now. I would be streaming from a hotel. Would you have popped the balloons if you were president? No. I would have had the army make me 1,000 balloons of the exact same spec, and then I would fly them over like Asia. So I would respond to their balloons with a greater number of balloons, leveraged balloons. Go further east and make another lap. I do feel bad for the people that live there, but sometimes, and I know this isn't very Ohioan, but sometimes you need to pack your shit and leave the place you live. Like when you live next to a giant chemical fire. Would you say roughly 99 of them? No, 100. I would want the world to know that it was very serious. Inside those balloons? More balloons? No, for every one they destroy, we launch 100 more. Until we block out the sun and solve global warming. What color would you make the balloons? Metallic baby blue. But inside each one is a hydrogen-filled tiny pink balloon that when struck with a missile will detonate the balloons around it. Like the world's greatest gender reveal party. I, for one, enjoy living next to a derailed train that is on fire and producing poisonous phosphine gas. Wouldn't you? No, I would leave. I would put my shit in my car and drive away. Practical or not, get the fuck away from the giant chemical fire. Stop posting pictures on social media about it. It's like, all these fish are dead. It's melting my car. Leave, motherfucker. Quit your job. Leave the area. You can always work at Kroger somewhere else. My children are school. Who gives a shit? Friends, family, if they stay, they're all gonna die. What about the grab? They lit the fire on purpose because of how worried they were about the groundwater pollution. Gravity? Both sides of my 0 DTE straddle are 75% down. How? That's not a straddle then. If a contract has 100 bid and 4 ask, is it generally bullish? Yeah. Where exactly in Ohio is this, and what kind of radius is to be concerned? I don't know. See what the EPA says? I don't know how. I really don't know the toxicity of vinyl chloride or how much it's spread. I'd imagine that you don't want to live downwind of it. I'm sorry, I can't hear your alarmist hysteria over the sound of my DuPont paychecks working at the Teflon factory. What could possibly go wrong? It's not like living in Chernobyl. Oh, fucking Christ. You should introduce everyone to nihilism. Sorry, I meant strangle. Okay. That makes more sense. All of that will end up in the Ohio River. Yes, it will. So don't drink out of that or live near it. It's ruined. We fucked it up. Find somewhere else. Most of the middle of this country is pretty empty. Over 1 hour due north of East Palestine. Which way is the wind blowing? In 3 to 6 months is going to be an amazing time to buy property in East Palestine, Ohio. No, it won't. So strangles on Norfolk Southern in view of the release of strangulating gas in flyover country USA. Listen, man, I'm not supposed to talk about this too much. All right. I got an email this morning from Big Media that specifically said, don't say shit about the fire in Ohio. And now I've gone and talked about it. That real estate market about to get reverqued. Yeah. I mean, why not leave? Your home equity's already destroyed. If anything, at this point, the people that live there should be praying that the media doesn't talk about it anymore, because their house values can only go so low. We'll remember you fondly after you get black bagged about talking about the Ohio incident. I know. Fuck. They're gonna take away my influencer license. Kirk's list of enemies, everyone on Super Stonk and Thomas the Tank Engine. You know, Thomas is just a little blowhard, alright? Gordon was the one doing all the fucking work. And Mr. Conductor is a psychopath. Or not Mr. Conductor, Mr. Topham Hat. He fucking that one train like was tired one day, so you just walled him up alive in a tunnel. Fuck. The NSC has committed $25,000 to help the 5,000 residents. Very generous. Crisis averted. There's only 5,000 people who live there? No wonder it's not in the fucking news. Okay, Dunkster, we're not gonna talk about the large increase in home and business fires over the last 3 months. I think a lot of people in Ohio own their properties because they're cheap. Have we all lost faith that the government will do right by its people and will remediate this mess in Ohio? Yeah, that sounded dumb as I was typing it out. They're probably trying to sell it for prices 6 months back. A chemical wasteland named after a controversial geopolitical region, and it's in Ohio. All right, time to move to this land of opportunity. I mean, all you need to do is tear down all the homes and then sell the land to Dow Chemical, right? Convince them that's where they need to put their next. Because then, you know, the fucking ground's already polluted. They can't get fined in the future. The pollution is grandfathered in. Oh man, I could pitch this shit. We'll talk, Mr. Poopy Pants. Got to black. Make your influencer permit into an NFT, then they can't take it away from you. That's genius. Would you rather live in East Palestine or actual Palestine? Today? Actual Palestine. We're almost at 800 viewers. Keep talking shit about Palestine. Oh, Ohio? Little did I know that like 95% of my viewers were from East Palestine, Ohio. Buying a property in Ohio is like 2 months' rent. Where is the cheapest place you could bear to live? Europe? I'm starting to think I should move. First the Centralia mine fire, then 3 Mile Island, now this. God truly does not care about the Midwest. You live in Philly. Philly is not part of, well, I mean, it is, but it's not. The other side of Pennsylvania is Midwest. Check DM. Oh, fuck. Did you just make money? Nice, dork. Any OI update on 0DT SPX? Yeah, probably. Um, 4140s have increased as of 9 minutes ago. More and more puts at 4135, 4130, 4125. So puts are going up to the downside. Call volume's kind of stagnating at 4140. 4135 picked up a little bit though. Honestly, doesn't look too different. Put volume's now significantly outpacing call volume. So that's interesting. But I wonder how many of those are sold. Please make an ETF. Grandfather in pollution. I'm aware that the pollution wouldn't be grandfathered in. It was a joke. I wasn't serious. There was a joke in probably poor taste. But, you know. What are you doing a Central Park live stream with Sesame Street characters? Probably after today. Keep talking about my Ohio. My puts are printing. Oh, it's a college in Ohio. I can confirm it's a shithole. I'm from Akron, Ohio, like 60 miles west of there. Is the wind blowing towards you? C-Mill? Or you're from there, but you don't live there, right? No, Bean. I'm scared I am. Hey, I just got an ED commercial. Another Google fail. They don't know who I am at all. I tried to buy all the houses in Flint, Michigan and put solar panels on them to sell the power back to the energy company. Because houses there are like 5K. But people keep stealing all the panels. Shit. Sorry, it's literally my job. I take it seriously. Fair enough. Market borked. This year just focus on DCA if GME cost average high. The market's not borked, but yeah, I mean, DCAing is a great way to reduce your overall cost basis while increasing your exposure to the thing that dropped in the first place. Poor walk-in, almost 500 people want him banned. Yeah, he's not very popular. I do live in Akron. Wind typically blows west to east, so I'm safe. But which way is it blowing today? Heard houses in Ohio are about to get cheaper. So 5K versus 7K? Win-win, son? I drive past East Palestine on my way to work. I don't see any plumes of smoke. Huh. You know what it is? Maybe it's the curvature of the earth is hiding it from you. We're witness the Gherk transition from security investment to Ohio property lord, Midwest slumlord, REIT guru. Jesus Christ. I would never do that. 300 don't want you banned because they want me to continue insulting you, Walken. It's not because they like you. You'd have to pay me a lot more than 7K to spend all my time in Ohio. My literal existence is already illegal there. Even if... Wait. Username McUsername face? Are you an abortion survivor? Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Gork, move your New York home to Ohio for cheap land and cheaper taxes. No thanks. Silly Gurk, the earth is flat. I can see the plume from Arkansas. Tell us more about your real estate investment strategies and how you will materially profit from the poor's losing what little equity they have to a wild wrecked train due to evil profiteers. Man, I just find opportunity where I see it, Dugston. How's the SPX trend looking? More favorable to people who are not interested in it going up. Hey man, I just want to say I'm up 3,200% on my weeklies. I'm going to spend it all on GME gift cards. Thanks for all you do. Are you going to spend the GME gift cards on anything? I'm still confused what he means by my literal existence is illegal there. I can't My mom loves me as much as her aborted babies. She calls me the one that got away. Children's clown banned in 08. Here's a question. Say CPI comes in exactly as expected. Market down? I'm thinking down. Sure. Revlon has warrants. I think. Is that illegal there? I thought Ohio was slightly more progressive for the Midwest. No, wrong. That's just Cleveland. Ohio is a red state. Is it? Like it was once, right? But I don't think that's the trend. I'm gonna look up Ohio electoral college history. It looks like historically, very few elections in Ohio have been Republican. Historical is a bellwether state. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why every 4 years, like Ohio gets their moment in the sun. Yeah, swing state. Yeah, and Illinois. This YouTube live stream brought to you by Norfolk Southern. Too soon? Ohio has become more and more red over the past several election cycles. Yeah, but all the majority of people live in cities, right? Rex 145, man, I'm just trying to get Ohio its moment in the media spotlight. I'm fighting back against the cover up of your wide scale pollution problems. Hypothetically speaking, how much would it cost to just buy Ohio? Shut the whole thing down. 10? Ohio is purple? Is that a Ross Perot joke? That's a joke everyone can get on board with. Gerrymandering doesn't care where people live. Yeah, I understand how it works. Thank you for explaining it to me. Also, you spelled gerrymandering wrong. Ugh. Someone's gonna get a great idea to utilize Ohio for crop farming. Nothing like forever chemicals in your corn. I wonder if you only use ethanol from Ohio in your gasoline, if it'll Teflon coat the inside of your engine and reduce wear. No, that's not how any of this works. Have your SPX 4085 puts print? I will join Cornichon. Oh, okay. I don't care. Keep your fucking $5. This YouTube stream brought to you by Ohio, proud sponsor of Pickle Financial. uh, T-Engineers, stop trying to spoil the party, alright? Double action ethanol? No, your engine would have to be far hotter. You should trademark Forever Chemical Corn. I'm sure we could spin it somehow. The way the stream is going, hopefully DuPont is paying you for promoting Teflon today. No, unfortunately not. I already made the mistake of taking anything seriously today. Yes, that was probably a bad idea. Give us a college level dissertation on Teflon. I don't know that much about Teflon. I'm not like a materials engineer. I know you have to get it really hot and then it's like viscous and you have to pour other chemicals into it to make it coat stuff. Or they like shape it under high pressure. It's an odd material. Happy early Valentine's Day and CPI Day. My gift to you is SPX 3900 by Wednesday. I hope you like it. That sounds amazing, actually. It's Valentine's Day tomorrow. What are you doing for my girlfriend? She's super excited. We're going on a sightseeing trip to East Palestine, Ohio. Palestine, Ohio. It's a good company to get exposure to the Chinese industrial balloon industry. Hmm. It's a good question. .3M in Ohio. Woo, at least they're not looking at us right now. BTUTA? Like technicals? This goes down lower if you wanted to. You can go all the way. You can go all the way out there. But I like it here, you know? What would your possible plan be if you got a Feb 28 4130 straddle? And do you think it's straddled at a good price? Thanks a lot. I don't know. That the upside might be a little difficult in the near term. Like if we slip down to like the 3900 level, it's going to be really hard for us to push back up above 41. Could be a lot of puts sold also. You have to see what the OI looks like. Owning 45,000 shares of MMAT makes me wish I lived in East Palestine, Ohio. Thanks, I had a PMCC on it. I didn't realize earnings was tomorrow. I closed it out and just have the call now. Oh, okay. No problem, man. SPX at a critical point here. Yes. A failure of 4120 is a big deal. 4125 OI looks still relatively stable. And if there wasn't enough of a sell-off, we could still see like 4138 again. I'd be surprised, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. What's your favorite play for oil right now? I have BP and Oxy. BP I mostly have for natural gas reasons and less so oil, but I have BP and Oxy. Where's your ideal straddle point tonight? Around 4110. Yeah, actually, I'd prefer to have a straddle at a lower price. Just because, like, otherwise, I really don't like buying the call side. I suppose I could try to like strangle the more bullish outcome. My upfront costs would be lower, but my losses would be as a percentage of the position would be greater if it just moves down. Do you know or have a resource that we can look up the price for what SPX price is to SPXS price? SPXS is simply 3x the daily return of SPX. You could overlay the charts, I suppose, but they're gonna look very similar. This is making my theoretical end of day straddle very annoyed. This is not a great range to buy calls in. It's very near the top of the current open interest. Yeah, those returns are cumulative in a way too, right? Because the fund doesn't reset overnight, right? So, if the spot like SPX is rallying, right, then something like SPXL, or if SPX is falling, let's say, consistently over a period, right, and like, you're gonna lose 10 BPS here over several days. Like the performance of SPX will improve the more this continues to drop. Or SPXS, sorry. Does that make sense? The same is true for like SQQQ. Because like day one, if you got like one BPS here or 100 BPS here, then you get 300 here, right? And then if you get 50 more, then you're gonna get 150. And so as long as the trend persists, the price can move up really rapidly. Probably 224 for the straddle. That still seems fine. I think it's more than enough theta. This straddle, I won't be hanging on to the losing leg. Unless the losing leg is the put side. If CPI comes out bullish, or the market pretends it is, where do you see SLD taking us down to? 200 to 300 BPS from the top of the rally? So assume it's bullish and we fill the gap, right? Hold on. I gotta pull up my other fucking chart. So if it's bullish and we fill the gap up here, right, then you're looking at like 200 BPS from that conservatively, which puts us at like 40.75. And then 300 BPS would be like 4,000. Yeah, 40.33. And then bearish, if we fall down to like the 4,100 or down to the collar, let's say, that's going to be like right there. Then you're looking at like 39.83 to or sorry, 39.83 to 39.42. Oh. Gorg, I just got out of not looking at stocks. For a few minutes. Is this MOASS? Have we discussed the recent developments made in the research of critical margin line of Hedgy Doom? Thank you. Yes. We have some theories on where the critical margin line of Hedgy Doom is, and I think honestly for SPX, it's somewhere around 41.54. My puts and CCs told me they'd much prefer the bearish one. Well, the fall into the end of the day is looking moderately promising. Absolutely not. Google is trash. Also, if market CPI and core CPI come out flat, then probably not a lot of price action throughout the day. I guess flat would be considered bullish, like a little bullish with the revisions, but I don't think we'd pull up that much on it. And then still staring down the barrel of SLD, right? Give me a reason to dump these trash Google calls. Why'd you buy calls on Google? I'll be right back. All right. Every time I hear the word trash, my ears perk up like someone just said my actual name. Stream is ruining me. Oh. I made $500 on 0DT SPX calls today and only lost 4K on 0DT SPX puts. Hashtag winning? No. You probably want that to be a little more even. Any last SPX update? Yeah, I mean, we kind of went over it. There's now both an exorbitant amount of put and call interest out of the money. Here at 4120, but the longer dated positioning is just starting to slip out of the money at 4125. So I think we may be seeing a little bit of a sell-off there. Puts have been underwater most of the day, so I mean there's a decent chance that they will simply take profits. So we could end up just kind of stabilizing around 4120 essentially. SLD or profitable positions close to get cash for margin. This also include profitable short positions closing for the period. It's not necessarily profitable positions closed to get cash for margin. It's just positions closed to get cash for margin. They may be profitable. I mean, they tend to not be like derivatives positions. Most of those are open into Opex, right? A large part of the margin requirement is the hedging of those derivatives positions. So generally speaking, you see like a sell-off in equities specifically. Equities and futures. You also see an attempt to reduce hedging requirements going into Opex. Is anyone else irrationally expecting a Valentine's Day or next day crash? I don't know why I feel this way. I'm not positioned for it, I promise. Interesting. What do you think about getting leaps for Jamie and Upstart at these prices? Upstart the IV is a little high. GME not so bad. I would say the price is a little exorbitant. I might wait till the price drops lower, but the IV is very decent. Very low. Maybe you should be. I mean, if the market crashes, I have a VIX hedge, a bunch of sold covered calls, and a decent amount of puts. If there's a decent CPI print lower, how high do you think GME could go off that? I don't think GME will track with that run very much. I think it would be suppressed. Cole rules, BTU will moon. Your hype makes me want to buy puts on the stock. And for no other reason than your hype. Coal is a rock in the ground. Oh, shit. It's awesome. Somehow you've just made me feel more bearish about BTU than I ever have. Ever before. I just found out the realistic timeline for an ACI merger with Kroger. I'm gonna end up pulling my capital out soon. Best time, most likely before SLD CPI, right? What, the best time for their merger? I don't think mergers and acquisitions are paying attention to that too much. Another one, currently, multiple emergency crews are responding to a train derailment in Nori, South Carolina. CSX transportation are also on the scene. This is still developing. Oh, shit. That sounds crazy. Some idiot just bought my fucking 0DT SPX puts for $10. Get got. This is a good time to buy railroads. Maybe soon. Rail safety was cut during the last administration. There have been several cutbacks in rail safety in order to in an attempt to improve the supply chain over the last like 3 years, 4 years almost. The balloons are derailing our trains. Oh shit. When will you remove Upstart and GME from your stream? I don't know. Why would I remove either one right now? If I'd sold one, maybe? That was me. I feel great about selling them for 10 cents each, but the reality of it is now because I've done that, SPX is going to close at like 40.70. But you need at least 3 railroads to make it worth it when someone lands on your square. That's correct. It's very hard to bankrupt someone through the railroads. Is there an argument for not hedging the CPI upside, but just buying more puts if it's bullish? Yes. Because of SLD. Are all these incidents to help the rail union make a point? I mean, they could be. Here's what I want to know from the public. Why are you guys burning down your homes and businesses? Well, no, I know it's for the insurance money. I just want to know the reason for going after the insurance money. Now, I'm not asking you to admit to insurance fraud on the internet. But if you've considered burning down your home or business recently, what was the catalyzing factor? So they don't publish national fire safety data on a monthly as a monthly rate, but states do. And so I spent a large chunk of my weekend digging through arson investigations state by state across the country, and there is an undeniable trend in people burning their shit down. I shorted SPX and went long on SQQQ. Am I doing it right? Those are both short positions, technically. Well, you're short the index. The only place I've ever lived in that burned down happened during a lapse in my insurance. Y'all got nothing on me. That literally happened near me. I saw it in the news. They can't afford to pay the bills on their properties. Okay. Don't you go to jail for burning down your house? Not if you're an idiot. As someone who has a business repairing structures that have burnt down, yes. I mean, it's the trend is it's undeniable. And it's not just, here's what gets me, is generally heading into a depression or a very steep recession, residential and small business fires pick up, right? But there's a trend in like medium-sized industrials, manufacturing, um, and like agricultural fires, and not on the smaller scale, on a bigger scale. Calls on fire trucks. Ooh, there's an index for that. Why are you going down a fire insurance arson rabbit hole? Because I want to short insurance companies. This was also on unethical life pro tips. What the fuck is that? Is that like when someone steals a hammer and then makes a 10-minute video of different ways to hammer things? You know they'll pass those costs on the insurance consumers. Yeah. And then you go long. You buy the dip. You play the dip and you buy the dip. It's a subreddit? Reddit life hacks that get you arrested. Oh, okay. That's fun. I feel like that's what the internet was built for. If you're looking to short, and you're seeing large company fires, short reinsurance companies. Yeah, well, with the larger scale fires, like the larger, like especially industrials and manufacturing fires, um, they don't seem to be intentional. They seem to be due to negligence, due to the smaller workforce. Like as employees have been harder and harder to come by, and they're more and more short staffed, there seems to be, it's very much in line with the employment, like the strength of the employment market. With the smaller, like home and small business fires, those seem to be in line with people being broke. I almost wrote a DD, and then I was like, I don't want people to know about this. I'm long, but I've hedged. I have no idea what to expect. No one does. It's earnings. I expect their earnings to be bad, and the share buyback to be the key component for any price improvement. But their guidance could be strong. Their guidance was fairly strong last time. The situation hasn't changed much. I think that guidance will mostly persist. They're in no danger of bankruptcy. And if they've completed more of their share buyback, that could lead to an improvement in price. My wife was in insurance forever. In a year like Katrina, they just cut all bonuses. They'll always be fine. I mean, yeah, but their stock price still goes down, man. Like they'll be fine long term. I'm not betting on insurance companies going out of business. Well, not all insurance companies going out of business, but yeah, I'm aware that they'll recover. The majority, the bigger ones will. What's up with the cooling VIX right now? Right before the CPI print. It's a little bit weird, but it's not that cool. It's still up today. VIX is up 2% today. You sound like Burry when he started investigating the subprime mortgages. If you're discovering the next collapse, please tell us so we can profit greatly too. Well, there's a lot of different kinds of insurance. And sometimes micro trends can belie larger macro trends that are not as apparent. Now, Dork, if you had to say conservatively, and I realize that, go grab your tinfoil from your kitchen. I'll wait. Already on? All right. If you had to say conservatively, who do you think is the largest insurer in the US by exposure? Ding ding. Dork wins a cookie. Now, Dork, what would you want to report if your float wasn't big enough to cover the product you were insuring? We'll get to that, Smooth Ape. I'm on a thing right now, and yes, I know. How would you bring in more money? No, it has nothing to do with tipping over trains in Ohio. God damn it. I'd short the fuck out of treasuries, to be honest. And when you short the fuck out of treasuries, what would you get? I'm still driving at the same point here, but you're kind of swerving around it. Ah, there you go. Yep. And then, hold on. And that's going to bring in what? When you report, maybe, I don't know, your best year ever? Well, yeah, it would bring in white. There you go, JK. JK's on it. No, not scrutiny. It never brings scrutiny. Scrutiny is the last thing it brings. Bag holders. Very good. Are you following what I'm putting down here, Dork? Citadel monies go blank. I joined in the middle of the leading questions. What's going on? Is that where reinsurance comes in? Pickle jar is exit liquidity. Pickle jar has always been exit liquidity. That has nothing to do with anything. Mostly Ryan Cohen's, but is that when MOASS begins? No, you're way off base. Did you take a limitless pill today? No. They're coming for those 4140s. Are they? Or are they just trying to get out of the rest of the 4125s? I get on the stream and Gherk just shouts bag holders. I'm confused and worried. I am the bag holder. Citadel equals new Bear Stearns. I didn't say that directly. You keep talking in questions? Do I? Don't you? Tell Jamie Dimon to drop SPX $50 before close. Do you think Upstart is going to run short term if there's an Opex like GME? I mean, yeah, it could. It could run for Opex. Do you think the same applies to Berkshire, considering how much insurance exposure they have? I mean, Berkshire has a lot of market exposure. I mean, at this point, I think if Warren Buffett died, the market might crash. How would one theoretically short one of these groups shorting the treasury to get money? We could go long treasury bonds. What time is Upstart earnings again? Tomorrow after market close. Yeah, Dow did really well today. Cat had a really nice recovery. Quahoon, anyone know what's going on with Knock? Weren't they in the GME basket? Yeah. They keep buying back shares, but the price is flat. Yeah, that's because they couldn't buy back enough shares in your lifetime to improve the price of the stock. Their float is gigantic. Like, it's absurd. I think it's like fucking hundreds of millions of shares. This is very interesting. You know what's so strange about these upside moves, Dork, is that VIX is not going down significantly with them. We've identified the Black Swan event, and it is inevitable. No. Berkshire wrote $12.6 billion in premiums last year, and there's a lot of insurance for medical professionals. Interesting. I'm not really concerned with Berkshire. Knock 5.59 billion float. Yeah, there you go. It's the fucking free float on it's ridiculous. What do you want to know about insurance companies? I know the one's taking too much risk. Do you? Sava dead? I have no idea. I'm not in Sava right now. Probably. Sava falling. I mean, probably back to like the $23 range. I'd be careful with CSPs on it for a couple weeks. Wait, are you saying that my dad claimed someone stole the 1994 swimsuit issue so he'd have me to pin it on? But he had it the whole time. You know what? I am saying that, elective about lobotomy. He did. You got grounded so he could make white in the bathroom. We aren't DRSing fast enough. That's the real problem. Principal has a large exposure to poorly underwritten disability policies, and Genworth for long-term care policies. Those kind of pale in comparison to what I'm talking about, but yeah. You're talking billions of dollars. I'm talking trillions. You give a quick rundown on when you think Upstart might run again. Thoughts on downside to the SPY. But we have SLD coming up. Upstart has earnings tomorrow. I really don't think it would be wise of them to have affected too much of their share buyback just yet. But I think they have some potential to buy back some amount, but I don't expect the buyback to be completed. If it is, it's extremely bullish. If it's not, you know, it's not going to really make much of a difference. Other than that, I don't expect their earnings to be very good. So it really hinges on how much of the buyback is going to be there, and as long as their forward guidance remains decent, I would say it's likely to continue to be volatility shorted and shorted over the next week, maybe the next month and a half, depending on like the holiday deferral for February. Downside for SPY, standard SLD range, 200 to 300 BPS. Conservatively, I probably wouldn't target more than 100. No, DRS doesn't do anything to Kenny. Yeah, I'm in a put position on Tesla. I entered it this morning. Is Upstart earnings before or after hours? Considering buying back some cover calls before. It's in after hours tomorrow. Why is the buyback being completed bullish? Isn't the promise that they will buy back and raise the price the bullish thing? No, reduction of the float size is bullish too, right? Because then there's a repricing of the stock based on the new float. Yeah, if they bought back 10 or 20% of the shares outstanding, then currently there's arbitrage, right? I know someone who works for a nameless government agency. Oh, that sounds exciting. Their job is auditing, and they put their fingers in their ear and went la 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 when I started talking about FINRA deferrals and failure to deliver. They have clearance, and apparently they're not allowed to talk about the stock market at all. Yeah, I'd imagine they're probably just not allowed to talk about it. Most of those things are fairly benign, and they're just simply not allowed to speak on it or comment on it publicly. And you kind of run into the same thing if you talk to anybody who works in like compliance at a hedge fund. Like they don't even necessarily know. They just won't talk about it. We already got into a straddle or strangle for the CPI play tomorrow. No, I haven't. And honestly, at this point, I might just wait. I don't have very high expectations. So the bull run has started. I don't think so. No one should ever trust me in that kind of job. I'd have to tell someone, but that they probably wouldn't, or you would, and you'd get, fired. First rule of Fed Club. That was kind of funny when they were interviewing JPOW, and he was just so confident in his in the internal security. If you were a media spin doctor, what would your bullish and bearish spin for each be? Each be for A, no Upstart buyback yet. B, Upstart buyback completed. Show how they could spin each as bull or bear. For no buyback yet, they could say that they're, continuing to they're continuing to hold the cash in order to, weather the bullish sentiment. They could say they're continuing to hold the cash in order to weather continued economic uncertainty until their business model stabilizes, right? And then they could also say that they need the extra cash in order to, like on the bear side, they need the extra cash in order to continue to underwrite their own loans, because they don't have any buyers in the market for the loans they're writing. So that would be the bear and bull for the no buyback. Harder to make a bear case against the buyback completed. I'd imagine, the bear case would be that it's not very conservative fiscally, for them to have made the buyback at this time when they know that the future economic conditions aren't currently improving for them. The bull case would be that they reduce the size of the float by 20% and shorts are fuck. So, well, I've explained this before. Market-wide volatility shorts, big ones like Citadel, Susquehanna, they insure the markets for long holders by reducing volatility and reducing the risk in the market artificially. They basically sell insurance against long positions. You don't want to be long things in a volatile market, right? So what better way to get rid of the volatility than to have someone remove it for you, take on the risk of shorting that volatility, and allow your markets to flourish? There's no certainty in the markets. They're a chaotic system. Assuming there's any certainty in anything is foolish. When a prediction on the outcome inherently changes the outcome, then what's the point of being so certain? I'm certain I'm a fool. You don't know is not a defense for your tinfoil hat nonsense. Because your entire thesis is baseless and without logic. There's no fact that backs it. So while you can't be certain, you also can't build untestable hypotheses. One second. Fuck it. I'm not buying calls here. Full bear. I don't like that either. Gurk ruins traders with facts and logic. Early Valentine's Day streams. Hey, Trash. Are you gonna make me a Valentine's Day card for old time's sake? After tomorrow, are you just full bear on the market? It depends on what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow's important-ish. I know what you're saying. CC ETFs basically return nothing. I'm curious about them at the bottom of a correction. There will be minimal risk on price while the div is 13%. 13% is a lot worse than just buying something and selling covered calls on it at 1 to 2% a week. Yeah. What do you mean old time's sake? You breaking up with me? I just haven't seen a card from you in a while, you know? Worried maybe you're not inspired enough. And if I whisper sweet nothings into your ear, maybe you'll make me a stream card. You know? Looking at you, Trash. After you finish in the bunk. God, please, less arguing and more nerd talk on how to make money trading. How about instead of talk about a nice setup for a profitable swing? Oh, fuck off. Indication of rate stabilization would be king for Upstart. Yeah, it would be. I agree with that. Their earnings aren't going to be good. There's very little question that they're going to continue to have not great earnings. Might be a little better than last earnings, but not a ton. CPI going to be bearish, and we'll test 42.20 tomorrow. Don't say that. I'm back. Ding ding. Penis penis penis. What's up, Dork? How you doing, man? You know what I hate right now? Market uncertainty. Now ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was fun. Market moving quite bullishly today in anticipation of the earnings tomorrow. However, largely still strangled and straddled between 41.20 and 40.75 now. At this point at like 4100 through 4110. I expect that tomorrow's outcome is going to either be middling or slightly bearish. But I suppose there is a chance for continued cooling in inflation, in which case we could see a gap fill by end of day Tuesday up to the 41.56 level, where that gap is. I think it's 41.56 to 62. Obviously after that, then we run into the SLD period, which begins on Wednesday and carries through Monday of next week, which I expect will be moderately bearish. Standard 200 to 300 BPS downside. GME and Upstart both still relatively illiquid. Upstart's earnings are tomorrow after hours. We kind of spent a lot of the day discussing the potential with the buyback, and I don't think the earnings will be good. I think most of any price improvement will hinge on the buyback. I expect it to almost be relatively flat, or expect us to get shorted very hard into it. GME is still relatively illiquid, trending with the market, but I'm pretty sure they have enough liquidity that if they get a red day and an advantageous position, they will short it down very, very hard, in order to get the price locked in at a lower level, and then they will continue to grind out implied volatility into the end of the week. But that's kind of looks like what we're setting up for right now. Be careful playing the upside, but also, make sure that you're hedging its potential, because there is still some room there. And then don't go too far out of the money to the downside expecting Armageddon, right? Try to keep your range on puts and calls conservative and within the levels that the SPX is currently trading at. Yeah, and we'll see what happens overnight. Today, a very big rebound day after Friday's price action, so some of this could have been, market maker action. It definitely looked like a lot of pumping of the market in order to get longer dated call positions out from underwater. They were moderately successful with that. The 4150s never really got freed up to any significant degree. Those may just get left by the wayside without a bullish CPI print. So that's about it, and I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning for another day of fun times. Thanks so much for tuning in. Later, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.